with experience beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks and a member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
KKFN and KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Powered by Able Builders, it's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
program over in Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do. We're down a Lammy today, but we are up a James Marilat sitting in for Cecil Lammy today as Cecil's taking care of some business, and we'll be back with us tomorrow morning to get ramped up for what will be a pretty nice little week. James Marilat, who is sitting in for Cecil. Broncos training camp's going down. Always get to have some fun when you and I get to share these airwaves. So I'm fired up to be here, and thanks for making some time for us.
Hey, man, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited that this week has finally arrived.
Yes.
Doesn't it feel like the Nuggets and Avs were eliminated 2 years ago?
It sure does.
I mean, it's been, a couple of months for the Avs, 3 months for the Nuggets. It feels like forever. And it's been worse because, let's face it, the Broncos didn't do much during the offseason.
Yeah.
The Nuggets have done very little. The Avs really haven't done much. So it's like not only is it the dead period, but the things that normally do happen during the dead period have not been happening. So finally, starting this week, there's going to be some sports news going on, some things for us to talk about. I can't wait to go down and watch a team for the first time in 10 years that you can legitimately say, hey, this is a Super Bowl caliber team.
Yep.
Like we were all excited when Russ got here. And but in hindsight,
especially you,
yeah, I was. No, I was actually the first guy this time. His first year, I was like, I have Russell Wilson fatigue. Can we just get to training camp and actually play some football? But anyhow, it's for we were excited for that. But in hindsight, one, that's kind of laughable. But two,
sure.
The first time head coach, quarterback who's just getting here, like we were talking ourselves into it. Since Peyton Manning walked out the door, this is the first time you legitimately can say this team has a chance to go to and win the Super Bowl.
Let's rock.
We talked ourselves into it with Trevor Siemian. That was a Super Bowl caliber team with a JV quarterback.
Yeah.
It's the first time in 11 years. And if you're a Broncos fan and you're not excited about that, I don't know what you're looking for. So it all gets started this week. Can't wait to get down there, see what's going on. It's going to be a fun run.
Yes, it is. It does feel like forever for the Avalanche and Nuggets because we had those huge expectations that now we're taking into Broncos camp with those same huge expectations.
Well,
for the right reasons, everything that you just laid out.
Both those teams should have had huge expectations. This team should have huge expectations. Here's the one difference between the three teams. If the Broncos fail as woefully as the Nuggets and Avs did, I guarantee you, one, people will be up in arms.
Yep.
And two, Greg Penner will do things to make sure it doesn't happen again.
There'll be sweeping changes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Now, I don't know what the equivalent would be because, football's a one-and-done playoff thing. So if they get to let's say they're the 3 seed and they lose the wild card weekend at home, 33-30, and opposite of what happened last year,
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to be firing people. And that would still be a first-round exit, kind of like the Nuggets. But, if you go down to a 7 seed and you get blown out at home as the 2 seed, some 9-8 team comes in here and beats you with a backup quarterback, there would be changes.
Yeah.
That would be the equivalent of it. So, big expectations. It's a fun time to be a Colorado sports fan because there's 3 teams that have legitimate or should have had legitimate championship aspirations. I think we're down to one now.
Yeah, certainly to
But they're
start
about
their
to kick it
training
off.
camps. And with that, we've been coming up with our biggest questions coming into training camp. We had 9 leading up to camp. We're on question number 4 today, ultimately ending this whole thing on Thursday because Friday we'll be there and be deep into what's going on. So 4 days away from training camp. Today I want to talk about the Webb impact. What does that actually mean? The Davis Webb impact. We've all talked about it, and everybody takes that low-hanging fruit of like, wow, he's going to make Evan Ingram work because that one play in the preseason with Jarrett Stidham, and we all fall for it, and I get it. I fall for it too. But what's that Webb impact actually mean? And put some numbers to this. Are they going to be top 3 in pass attempts where they led the league a year ago with Sean doing the dance? Davis is a former quarterback. I'd assume he wants to chuck it just like Sean did, who thinks he's a former quarterback, never really was. Are they better or worse than a top 14 offense in the NFL? James, do they throw for more or less than 231 passing yards per game? Then we can talk about what the rushing element of that is. But just this Webb impact, identity was a conversation last week on the show. What kind of identity are we expecting Davis Webb to show up with?
I think it's a fascinating storyline. And I was on with the morning show this morning doing my Monday morning thing. And I look at it of like, I think it's, I know you've got it at 4. I think it's the biggest storyline heading into the season.
Okay, nice.
It's probably not at training camp because I don't know that we're not going to get the answer at camp.
How often do we hear like, well, it's just so vanilla and the defense has the advantage?
Right. And even in preseason, I don't know that we'll know unless it's a disaster. Right, that's the only. If they're a mess operationally, we'll know it's not working.
If it's Nathaniel Hackett-esque, we'll know.
Right, so we'll know if it's bad. I don't know that we'll know it's good. I don't know that we'll start getting the answer to this until September 14th when they're in Kansas City and they're kicking it off for real. But I think we'll start to get some hints, and I think the questions and the stats that you put out here that we're going to debate throughout the day, I think are fascinating. Because to me, I think it's 2 things that they need to do. One, they just need to get the operation faster. They're getting to the line of scrimmage way too late and not having time to make adjustments and do all those kind of things. So it literally is a 4 or 5 second difference.
Which Davis has said he's done. Now we have to see it.
Right. So that to me is, I think, going to be the biggest thing. The other thing is you're taking out of the equation the guy who had to run the ball on his play sheet.
Yeah.
So I know he's a former quarterback, and I know quarterbacks love to chuck it, but I think a former quarterback, especially a Davis Webb type quarterback, he wasn't Peyton Manning.
He's not going to go win you the game.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think he knows, hey, my job was so much easier when we were able to run the ball effectively, when it was 2nd and 4 instead of 2nd and 9. I think he's going to focus on the run way more than Sean Payton. But we'll see. That's why I think it's fascinating. So we'll break it down as the day goes on. I know everybody's going to say the biggest story is Bo Nix's ankle, and I understand it. This team stinks if he's not ready to go.
Every team stinks if their quarterback can't go.
But, fine. He's fine now. What's he going to be like the first time he takes off and runs? We're all going to be nervous. Every time he gets tackled or sacked, we're going to be nervous because he got hurt on a play where he didn't really get hit.
Yeah.
So I just think that's a non-story, even though it's the most important thing about the season.
I agree.
Because how he looks on Friday doesn't mean jack squat.
No.
Because the first time he scrambles on September 14th against Kansas City, you're going to be holding your breath. I'm going to be holding my breath. Kevin's going to be holding his breath. Alex, everybody listening, we all are.
Kevin's going to be watching like this. Like
oh, my God.
With your scary movie parents' fingers.
Kevin is going to be like a helicopter dad. Yeah. He's going to be so nervous about it.
I'm nervous for Kevin's nervousness.
But, so it's almost like a non-story to me.
I just, every time someone brings it up, I say, hey, I want you to memorize the number 94. And that number matters because in Bo Nix's football playing career, from Auburn to Oregon to Denver, he's played in 94 of the 98 eligible games he could have played in. Remember the number 94, folks. Bury it in your head.
Yeah, and it's why it's a weird situation because he's been extremely durable during his first 2 seasons in Denver. He's missed 1 game.
Yeah. Dude, they're going to open the season against Patrick Mahomes, who tore his ACL. Anybody talking about that?
No.
We're all just worried about bone spurs in the foot of our quarterback, not the ACL of Patrick Mahomes.
But he's also had 5 ankle injuries.
Yeah.
We can't just ignore that. And you and I talked about it last week or the week before when I was on here. It's also like a body part you can't really strengthen.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do to make your ankles stronger, right?
So run in sand a little, I guess, maybe.
maybe. So it's a little bit of like you're just going to kind of have to hold your breath all the time and hope that 5 was the number and he's not going to have a 6th. But yeah, he's extremely durable, and I'm still super worried that he's going to make it through the whole season, which is totally unfair. But that's just the way the situation has fallen.
We'll dive deeper into that conversation. Again, the Davis Webb impact. That's what we're looking at throughout the show today. Our question number 4. Tribe Roll Call is how we get the party started, and want to hear from you guys. You plus us equals the tribe. So you tell us who you are, where you are, what you're doing for a buck out there today. Let us give you and your company a little shout out, especially if you own that company. That's a free plug right there, folks. Our guy Joe is first checking in. He's an A1 from day one. He's in Loveland. He's working for AWP on the country road. He's one of those flaggers, James, keeps people safe. He says there's a lane closed. He's on Road 19 south of Johnstown, lane closed, keeping folks safe. Loves the show. Where's Cecil? He said he's off today. He's back tomorrow. He always says Cecil's a genius. Dover is smart too. So I'm kind of getting like you're around also from Joe, which at least I'm included. Like I'm good enough being included. I don't have to be first place. But like, Joe, if you don't mean that, you don't have to say that just for my self-confidence, you know?
There's a couple of things about this comment. First of all, Cecil's a genius?
That's what Joe says.
Okay, but listen, then you're like Einstein's best friend.
That's great.
You could be really smart, and they're
Yes.
still going to be like, yeah, but Albert,
But
Albert's
look
a
at
genius.
Cecil over there.
So that's fair. I wouldn't take it as a knock. I do question Joe's ability to dictate or determine who's a genius.
Yeah.
Also, he's running the flag, you said? Mm-hmm. Do they have to work on every road at once? Like, I
Spread
get
it out a little bit more.
I get it. We have a short season here where we can actually do road work.
Yeah.
But, like, when I have to take a detour, and on my detour I hit another detour, I think we got to plan this out a little bit better.
Who's controlling? Since my lady has moved to Colorado from Jersey all those years ago when we met, she goes, I want to talk to the person in control of the lights because they don't know what the heck they're doing. Just why do I go from a green to a yellow, from a green to another yellow?
Well, here's the other thing, and I probably shouldn't admit this, but
Joe should tell us.
It's one of those things I can tell I'm getting old because I have zero patience. If I get to a light, this happened last night driving home from dinner with my kids. I get to a light, it changes for no reason.
Yeah.
It just turns red, and the people that would have been now have a green. There's no one there. Mm-hmm. I just run it.
That's what I'm saying. That's not for me. I'm going to go through this light.
I will stop to make sure I'm not just being,
pedestrians,
careless.
Cars, right.
I'll stop, and if nobody's going, I just go.
Yeah.
I think they're optional at this point.
That's the right
when you're in
move.
your 50s, they're optional.
That's the right move. Paulie and Erie's fired up. What's up, Tribe? Love it when James is filling in. Great dude. He took the time to me to talk a little sports at King Soopers in Erie back in the day. Love this station. Go Broncos. That's from Paulie.
All right.
So
it's
he's fired
amazing at that King Soopers on Highway 7 how many times I see somebody who's a listener to the
Oh,
station.
really?
I mean, I'm there a lot, but I'll bet you a third of the time somebody will come up and say, hey, I listen to you on the Fan.
That's awesome.
It's awesome.
That is awesome. Well, we are the biggest station in town, thanks to you guys out there in the tribe. All right, we're off and rolling. There's some Nuggets news that we got to get into. It looked like I should say, they were going to lose a role player. But before the clock struck midnight, they matched the offer on the table from OKC for Spencer Jones. What's it mean for the team, their rotation, and their salary cap? We'll tell you coming up next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com.
What's going on, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now who are thinking about popping that question. And if you're ready for all that, you know you need a diamond. So let me save you time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it's going to begin. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, in the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh yeah, used a trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is the job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
We here in the sports world love talking about dynasties. Denver Deck Builders works with a dynasty of their own. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains.
Trex has been the most common. It was the first composite. It's been the most common one. It's over 50% of the market. They have a great product. It's the most durable product that I've used on my own deck in my own backyard. Trex is probably our biggest hitter.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
There we go. You gotta hit the woohoo-hoo. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10-2. It's what we do. James Marilat sitting in for Cecil today. He's out and back tomorrow. Open the show with one of our big off-season Broncos questions, which we're going to get back to throughout the show, talking about the Webb impact, what Davis is going to bring to the Broncos. But the Nuggets, they were a big story last night in the NBA world, really going back to the weekend where Oklahoma City and Sam Presti makes an offer, 2 years, $12 million to role player Spencer Jones. James, I like to call him wacky waving inflatable arm man because that's how he looks when he shoots the ball.
Yeah, okay.
And somehow it goes in at a 69% clip. then we wondered, all right, now the Nuggets would have a couple of days to match that offer. Would they? How much do they value and prioritize a defender and a corner three-point? I was going to say specialist. I don't know that I'm there yet.
No.
He shot 2 a game and led the league at 69%, but only at 2 a game in a world where everybody chucks threes in the NBA. Initial feeling, I like this. My original, like seeing the tweet from Shams, like, oh, damn. They're not going to worry about the money part of this and try to build the best roster that they think can win an NBA championship. So, like, that original part of it, that's my first thought. Hey, they're not going to let money stop them from building what they think is a competitive roster. Now, is it competitive when you have a high school coach as your head coach? No, it's probably not. But I like the fact that they're going, it's going to cost us, it's going to break the bank, and we're still going to do it.
I'm with you, because when the tweet came out last night, I don't know, 7:30, 8 o'clock, whenever it was, from Shams, that they were matching the offer. I was surprised.
I had just emailed you, by the way. Like, I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
show notes, and then never mind.
Guess we gotta
change it all.
start over. I was surprised to see it. I did not think they would match it. I thought the Thunder kind of backed him into a corner, put him in a spot where it's like, they're not going to want to do it because it puts him into the second apron, and I thought he was going to walk. Not that it was a big loss, but it also just felt like, man, the Nuggets are fighting with 2 hands tied behind their back this offseason. So I was surprised by that. For me, though, Josh, this is all about, well, what happens now? Because maybe it means they're not going to let money stand in their way. Maybe it means, we're going to be in the second apron. We're going to pay a repeater tax or whatever they get dinged with.
Huge repeater tax.
And it is what it is. Okay. And now if you sign Payton Watson, he's back in the fold for next year, and you're basically running it back. You got no THJ and no Big Val, but otherwise it's the same team. You can talk me into it. It's not as exciting as trading for Jaylen Brown or signing LeBron or some of the things we've given ourselves the pipe dream hope that it was going to happen this offseason.
Yeah.
But it's also a team that won 54 games despite having 7 guys miss a month or more of the season. Okay, so it's not like it's a bad basketball team. And if they have their 2 best defenders in the playoffs, I like their chances better than they had this past year when Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon, one of them didn't play at all, one of them was extremely limited. You can talk me into that. I'm not super thrilled about it, but you can talk me into it. But I don't know that that's what this means. This also may mean, hey, we have to have somebody on the roster, and now we got to get below the apron. So, P-Watt, we're not matching anything. Or those Cam Johnson trade conversations, let those heat up because now we got to shed salary. If that's what it turns into, and Stoke and I had a little bit of a debate this morning because he said he was excited about it. I'm like, I get it, but let's not be excited about matching Spencer Jones.
I don't know there's anything to be excited about other than the fact, and again, a part of me going like, oh, wow, they're doing something I didn't think they would do, which is dip their toe into the second apron. There's still the evil one of me that pops up on the shoulder goes, well, yeah, but they're doing that for perception, and it's the Spencer Jones, a role player that can shoot the 3 like that and play some defense. At $6 million a year is a pretty good deal if you weren't already in the position that the Denver Nuggets were in.
Right. And so was I encouraged by it? Yes, I was, because maybe it's not going to be as big of a disaster.
It should be looked at as, and I know that it can't be because of what you're saying, but this is what it should be if they were financially responsible. Low risk, high reward potential. I don't want to say high, medium reward potential.
He's a nice player, and you got to have guys like that. And you look back on the championship year, he's kind of like the Jeff Green of this roster.
I like that comp.
Right?
Yeah.
He's not a person that 20 years from now is going to be the first guy you remember from that team, but he played a big role.
Yeah.
And you got to have role guys, so that's fine. But if we get to the start of the season and he's playing significant minutes because Cam Johnson is somewhere else and Peyton Watson is somewhere else and Spencer Jones is playing 30 minutes a game, I sure as heck am not going to be excited by the fact that they matched it. So if it's step 1 in a 2-step process, I guess 3 steps. If it's, retain Peyton Watson and don't do anything with Cam Johnson, okay, I'm on board. If it's step 1 in a 3-step process that is don't match an offer Peyton Watson gets and trade Cam Johnson, I'm not on board at all. So I want to see what happens next. I think it means they're fine with the apron. I think that's what it means, but I don't know that for sure. But we're fixing to find out.
Well, I mean, without a major roster move of Peyton walking or letting or trading Cam, you're in the second apron no matter what, which ties your hands as far as what your roster can be. And I will say this, too. I was driving in listening to the morning show chat about it after you had joined them. I like that everybody's doing this, I guess. I'm not a big Sam Presti fan or fanboy like everybody in the NBA world is. I think it's cute and comical that people think he was playing checkers on this chess. And you've actually run some corporations, so I'll lean on you for some of this. And I'm not taking a shot, I swear. This is now just lining up this way. The people that run corporations also aren't 9 steps in front of everybody like people think they are.
No.
You know what they're doing? The same thing you and I are doing, going, dude, at 5 o'clock I'm going to go home and I'm going to do what I do at home, and it's going to be great, and tomorrow I'll figure that stuff out. That's what they're all doing too. So let's not twist this and think Sam Presti's this evil genius that's now forcing the Nuggets' hands. Sam's caring about what the Thunder are and who they're going to be and keeping his team out of the second apron. So save your cute little conspiracy theories. He's not that smart, I promise you.
No, he's not. And it's sort of that life lesson of people aren't worrying about you as much as you think they are.
No, not at all.
They're worried about themselves.
You don't figure that out till later in life, but when it comes, you're like, oh, I wish I would have been doing this the whole time.
Right. So, like, it's also, I had the exact same thought and you've heard this for years. We heard it during the playoffs. That Tim Connolly went and built a team that was designed to beat the Nuggets. Well, then he should be fired. His grand plan was to try and beat the team that could only get to the Western Conference Finals once.
What about the other 28?
Right.
that are in their way.
Right. Like, he was worried about that team, and at the time, it was a team that hadn't won a title.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not what he's doing at all.
No.
He's not worried about the Nuggets. He's looking at the entire league. He's looking at the Western Conference. Maybe he's looking at the division, but he's not sitting there going, how do I design a team that's going to beat that 0 championship Nuggets team at the time, right? Like, that's silly. I think this is the same thing. I think Sam was looking at it of, hey, that'd be a nice piece, and that's affordable, and they've got some issues where, they're having to trade Lou Dort, and they're having to cut salary, and they're having to do things too. So a 2-year $12 million deal?
And if he had accepted it, guess what? The Thunder would have been the only team in the second apron because of Spencer Jones. Now the Nuggets are.
Right. So it's like, I mean, he was taking a gamble too, putting his team in the second apron for Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
I think some of that stuff just doesn't add up. They try to give people credit for things that they don't deserve credit for. I think he looked at it the same way the Nuggets looked at it. Good role player. It's a reasonable salary. Okay, it probably makes sense to have that kind of guy on the team. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But it's not an evil genius thing at all.
No.
You're right.
NBA GMs, NFL GMs, baseball GMs, your boss at work, they're not as smart as you think they are. I promise you that.
No.
So dial it back and everything will be all right. All right, I want to have a Broncos conversation with you, James. We've said it. I've said it a bunch. I'm like, hey, Marvin Mims is going to get traded off the Broncos. They've shown me that they don't value him. So why wouldn't they move him before the deadline and then get something before he walks away in free agency? But I think we've been having that conversation all wrong. Why are we talking about selling? Let's talk about buying. That's where the Broncos should be at the deadline, right? Let's talk about it next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're a guy over 50 dealing with an enlarged prostate, you need to know about PAE, prostate artery embolization. It's minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're back home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatments with near zero impact on sexual function. Top-tier radiologists, boutique setting, personalized care in Lakewood. Go to coloradoae.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We can't stop time, but we can make your day more efficient, and we can help you get fit and stay fit.
Hey, in Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chasing Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? At Berg Simpson Injury Lawyers, we've helped Coloradans for 50 years, and our results speak for themselves. We have 29 best lawyers in America, 19 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because soda was there for me with a personalized nutritionist and a diet plan specifically structured for me. Soda teaches you how to let go of the weight and keep it off for a lifetime, and that's why I can lose that 60 pounds, and I'm never going to gain it back. There are no shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. This is just real food with expert guidance and habits that last. That's why soda is there for you like they were there for me. Get your 4 weeks free when you call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. That's right. Get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. You got the things that can work for you with soda. 4 weeks free is available now. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. Mention me, Cecil Lammy, there as well. Get right for the rest of the summer. It's SodaDietNutrition.com because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about the Broncos and some trade conversations been going on all off season. We were getting into the Spencer Jones conversation. You still have any of that in your head, your mind, thoughts you want to get off your chest? You can do it at 303-713-1043 along with your Tribe and Trucker roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck? That's the RamosLaw.com text line. Let me pull up our YouTube page over here. What's going on at youtube.com/DenverSports. You can participate in everything happening with Tribe Chat, fueled by our friends over at Sean Ponda. Pulling that up right now. I'll see what you guys got going on in the Dover and Cecil stream. And if you've got one extra click in you, hit that subscribe button for us. It goes a long, long way. So thank you for doing that. One quick text from our Tribe member, JB. He's in FOCO, driving for NOCO party bus. Wow, at 10 a.m., somebody's already partying? I like that.
On a Monday.
Northern Colorado's premier transportation company. Book us for your next event. Yeah, that sounds pretty sweet. A bus, your closest friends, going to whatever it is you like going to. I bet you can find some fun.
Yeah. No, that's a good way to do a concert.
Oh, yeah.
You know, maybe get one over the last couple of weeks. Had Cecil been able to get me Cheyenne Frontier Days tickets, I could have gone up on a party bus.
I would have loved to see Riley Green at Cheyenne Frontier.
That's what
that would have been sick,
I've
dude.
only been asking him since April. But whatever.
Yeah, he'll get it. Well, it's his vacation screwing everything up, and he doesn't answer anybody's texts.
He doesn't.
And so
he
it's
just
just
is like
over.
off the grid.
Yeah.
It's like trying to get a hold of Ted Kaczynski when he's on vacation.
So keep the text coming. Tribe roll call. Let us give you a little love and a shout out on the show. So, James, I've been thinking about this, and I heard something and read something at DenverSports.com about a morning show conversation. I've been saying, really since the offseason started and we started to transition into offseason conversations, why would the Broncos not trade Marvin Mims? Everything they're showing us says they don't value who he is as a wide receiver. Do they as a special teams player? Yeah. Are you breaking the bank for a special teams player? No, you're probably not. Even at the all-pro level, I just don't think it's as significant as a player that you'd really want to break a bank for. So this whole time I'm saying, well, if you're not going to prioritize Marvin Mims, get ready to trade him, bring something back instead of letting him walk as a free agent at the end of the season. And then I read that the morning show said, well, it's actually, and it was Schlereth that was kind of highlighting the conversation, would actually be maybe Franklin that you trade instead of Marvin Mims. And Stink said because of the special team stuff. And of course, Stink knows more about football than I do. But the time where I leave to go fill up my drink or use the restroom, I don't really value the players that are playing right then and there. Call me crazy. So I thought to myself, all right, fun conversation. We can do the Franklin or Mims if you want. But then I was like, you know what? I think we're doing this all wrong. Why are we sellers? Why are we already putting the Broncos in a position to sell? If they're all in and they can win the division again and they can be a top seed in the AFC and Davis is going to get the best out of Bo and Bo takes another step, wouldn't they be buyers? And wouldn't we then start to look at, all right, what's the weakest link here? What's the worst position group on the team? I hate that I'm going to say it, but I'm going to say it because it's football. Who's been injured? Where are we lacking? What's the biggest deficiency? Then use some of your bait to go get that target.
Yeah, I guess I'm with you in terms of this is a team that's in a Super Bowl window, so you're not a seller. You don't trade away good players when you're trying to be playing on Valentine's Day, which is when the Super Bowl is.
Would you feel that way knowing, like, hey, they're really good at week 9 coming to an end when the deadline is. Marvin's not been re-upped. We're just going to go here for the last 8 weeks of this season and see what happens and see where the chips fall.
In terms of just keeping him and
he
may lose him for nothing.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I think somebody who is an elite returner, and he is, when you're an all-pro,
he is.
You're an elite returner. Okay, so that guy can make a difference in a big game late in the season, can make a difference in a playoff game. Not only with a play he could make, like, hey, he has a return, he flips the field, puts points on the board, whatever. He also is super reliable back there of like, hey, your defense got Buffalo off the field, just catch the punt. Mm-hmm. Just let Bo and company come out and have a drive. A turnover like that at the wrong time in the wrong game ends the season, ends Super Bowl dreams, and you're gonna have somebody back there. You had an all-pro returner, but you're gonna have another guy back there because you wanted to get a 4th-round pick from Jacksonville. But if somebody says, hey, and this isn't gonna happen, but if somebody says, hey, we'll give you a 1st-rounder for him, okay, I'll be a seller at that point. But it's going to be a day 3 pick, likely. You spent a 2nd-rounder on the guy. He does. I get what you're saying about, that's when you go to the bathroom and go get drinks. I'm typically with you on special teams, but you can lose games because of special teams.
The dropping a punt's a big one. I'd not even
huge.
Considered that. Good call.
So I'm not going to make my team worse when I'm trying to win a Super Bowl so I can get some random draft pick. Now, if there's some position, let's say Justin Sturdad gets hurt. Like, they're thin at middle linebacker.
Mm-hmm. And he's the only one that can cover anybody.
And there's some team out there that, for whatever reason, they need a explosive receiver / return guy, and they have a backup linebacker that you really like. It's Alex Singleton a few years ago sitting on the bench in Philly, and you want to make that trade because you have a need. Okay, I'd be open to it, but that's not really being a seller if you're going to get another player who's going to contribute. A seller is what the Rockies are going to be doing, where, hey, we're trying to stockpile draft picks, and we're going to get rid of guys who can help the team now for guys who can help the team in the future. I'm not worried about the future with the Broncos. They have plenty of cap space, plenty of money. A day 3 draft pick, with all due respect to Cecil, who normally sits in this chair, I don't care about it.
Right.
I don't. So you can, look back on the last 5 years of who they've taken in the 3rd day of the draft. How many of those guys make an impact? It's a small percentage. So I'm just not going to be making that move. I'm just not. I'm not trading Troy Franklin either. I'm not trading Pat Bryant either.
See, I would, if we had to pick between the two, I know who Marvin is as a special teams player. And you make a good point about punt control. That's a huge, huge factor. I think there are other guys you can trust to catch it, maybe not at the breakout ability that Marvin has. But if I had to pick, you had to tell me right now, hey, you got to pick between Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin. I'm going to pick Troy Franklin because they prioritize him more and they get to call the shots. I'm not drawing up the plays down there. If I were, I'd pick Marvin and I'd get him more involved. But I do this with the Nuggets all the time. I'm going to play the hands they dealt me They're dealing me Troy Franklin cards, not Marvin Mims cards.
Is Troy Franklin ever going to be more than he was last year?
I think so, but not by a lot.
Okay, and I think that's fair.
But he's like an 800, 900-yard receiver in his best years.
But I think if they thought he had a chance to be the number 2 receiver, they're not trading for Jalen Waddle. I think they told us what we need to know about Troy Franklin. I think Pat Bryant, they look at and be like, hey, at some point, can he be the replacement for Cortland?
Mm-hmm.
Or if Cortland gets banged up, we got another bigger receiver we can go with. Like, okay. I think they're trying to figure out, well, if Jalen Waddle gets hurt, is it Troy or is it Marvin? And then I look at it and say, well, Marvin Mims is an elite returner. Troy Franklin's not.
Yeah.
If Troy Franklin, if they legitimately thought, they see him every single day, if they legitimately thought, hey, he can take the next leap here and be a big-time number 2 receiver and a big-time playmaker, I don't think they make that trade. I think that tells us all we need to know. But again, I'm not trading any of them. For what? A 5th-round pick? Like, how's that going to help you in January?
Right.
It's just not. So I'm just not making that move. Unless somebody blows me away, if Marvin Mims helps me all season long as a returner, helps me in the playoffs, you go win a Super Bowl, and he had a couple of key returns during the year, and he didn't make any big mistakes, and he walks in the offseason, and you get nothing in return, I'll live without that 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
I'll say, see you in 10 years for the reunion party, Marvin. Thanks for being a big part of what we did.
It'd be Nazem Kadri leaving after a cup. And I know Nas is a bigger player and a bigger role and fan favorite for that, but just like, that's a key piece leaving after a championship. Those are the breaks. That's what happens.
I think it's people overthinking it. You got to go get it. You can't play them all, so you got to go get something. Well, first of all, what are the odds that not a single receiver is going to get injured at all during the year? So
Pretty slim.
You're probably going to need all of them at some point. And yeah, maybe they're not going to produce. Maybe Troy Franklin, not maybe. I don't think he's going to produce to the level he did last year because now they have another receiver ahead of him, and so he's moving down the pecking order. That doesn't mean he won't contribute at all. And you're not in rebuild mode. So I'm not always going to be like the Rams and say blank those picks. But when I'm in a championship window, I am.
Yeah.
It's about players right now, not about draft capital for down the road. I just don't care. I don't care if I'm Payton or Payton. Right now, I'm worried about who can help us win games this year.
That's something you respect about the Rams. They go, we got Matthew Stafford on the back end of his career. We're going all in until that guy can't do it anymore.
Exactly.
And then at the end of this year, when Matt can't do it anymore, they're going to be collecting as many draft picks as they can to rebuild that boat.
100%. 100%. But when you're in that window, why are we all frustrated with the Nuggets?
Because they're in a window.
They're in the window, and they're not pushing chips into the middle of the table. The NBA, they've made it so complicated. I get it. They're working, through some constraints. The Broncos don't have those constraints. They don't. They have all kinds of money. They don't have cap issues. They've had cap issues in the last couple of years. Russ's money's gone. Like, this is not the time to be worried about, what are we going to do in 27 and 28 and 29? Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're in a Super Bowl or bust type of window right now. Maybe it's going to be 10 years with Bo. Maybe this is their best shot. Heck, for all we know, last year was their best shot.
Sure. We don't know what's happening.
You absolutely can't pass on this year and make decisions about the future when it's that kind of pick. Again, if somebody gives you a first-round pick,
can't say no.
Yes, you're taking that. But otherwise, no, you're going with who can help me. Who can help me in December, January, and February? That's the number one concern.
Our guy John's checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line. He owns Mountain View Electric Services, working on a custom house today. That's a nice payday. Has the whole place to himself. So you already know I'm blasting the fan all day. Happy Monday, fellas. Thanks for making Mondays a little more bearable. John, right back at you. That's awesome. Empty house, getting paid, just streaming the fan as loud as he can blare.
Man, that guy, that is the path to go down. And maybe I watch a little bit too much of Mike Rowe.
Yeah,
but
HGTV.
Yeah, but it's one of those jobs where you make pretty good money right out of the gate. It's a trade, right? It's not going to be replaced by AI.
That's right.
You can then get to be like John and you own the business. John's got it figured out.
John's doing something right. Working by himself today. No bosses, no workers you have to worry about.
Yeah.
John's doing it right.
You can tell I got kids that are at the age where they got to start making, hey, what do I want to do for a career type decisions? Because I think that path makes a ton of sense.
Get a trade and pay off this house for me at some point.
Exactly.
You brought up the name of the Rockies and the names that they're willing to trade. There's a long list out there today of those available players that rock purple pinstripes. Let's talk about them and who's playing in their final week at 20th and Blake coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Rob Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Do you have a good lemonade recipe? I'm looking for one. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Now that summer is here, so are new opportunities. Fresh as a glass of lemonade. Maybe a home project is on your mind. Would your family like to take a camping trip somewhere fun? Whatever you'd like to make happen this season, Alpine Bank would like to be part of it. There are so many helpful tools and resources we offer to make this a great summer. Please give us a chance to tell you more about them. Stop by sometime soon. Oh, and if you have that lemonade recipe, bring it along too. My wife makes a peach pie that's knock your socks off. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Every now and then you find a deal where you get more and pay less. Now that's a good deal. That's Straight Talk Wireless on Verizon's 5G network. Find it exclusively at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, the Major League Baseball trade deadline's a week from today. So we could be seeing some Rockies play in their last games throughout this week. By the way, they got beat up. The Miz, that Brewers pitcher, struck out the first 7 yesterday, and it was pretty much a wrap from there. They had their best pitcher going, and the Rockies had Kyle Freeland on the bump. So you kind of knew what that outcome was going to be. Anytime Kyle Freeland's on the bump, you know what the outcome is going to be. That dude it's just done. It's over for Kyle, and we've been talking about that forever. They are 9-12 in the month of July after dropping a couple to Milwaukee. 3 games left in July, and I feel like, James, it's just my wishful thinking at this point with just August and then whatever September may bring, and who knows what the hell the roster looks like at that point. Can we get 1 month where they're 500? Like, I know that there's light at the end of the tunnel. It's just flickering right now, and we've been optimistic about the Rockies, and I'm going to continue to do that. But 13-14 in April, awful May, where they only won 8 games. 11-15 in June. They're now 9-12 in July with 3 more games to go. Obviously, win the rest. You finish with the 500 record, which, again, I'm not saying, here they come, watch out for the Rockies. They were 12-12 in July, but it's just this little small marker that I can go, hey, close to a couple months, figured it out in July, traded everybody away in August so that August and September won't matter as much. But I would really, really like to see them win the last 3 games to just give me a 500 record in 1 month of baseball.
Yeah, you want to see signs that they're trending in the right direction, right? So for me, the big one for the season is don't lose 100 games. I don't care if you go 63-99.
Yeah.
It's obviously you still had a terrible season. Obviously you're not going to postseason, but you didn't lose 100. Okay, you stopped that streak. Then next year it's, all right, can you get to 500? That becomes the next goal. Well, you can't get to 500 for the season if you don't have some 500 months. Mm-hmm. So I think showing that you're capable of that at some point during this year would be a step in that direction. Does it matter if they don't? Of course not. They're not going to the postseason anyway, so it doesn't ultimately matter, but I do think that it steps in the right direction. It steps that you're on the right path, and it just, for everybody involved with what they're doing down there, it's like, hey, this process is working. We're getting some momentum. Kyle Freeland, I saw that he was on the list of people that are available.
Who would take him?
He's 2-10 with a 7.34 ERA.
He's terrible.
And
it's a guaranteed L every time he takes the mound.
Normally, when when I say stuff like that, like he's 2-10 with a 7.34 ERA, it's like the old school stats. I'll get some, numbers nerd that's going to text us saying, well, what about his, this over this over this? I'm like, I don't even know what these numbers are you're talking about. Watch the games.
Uh-huh.
Of course they lost 11-2 yesterday. Kyle Freeland was pitching. The other team's going to get double digits in terms of runs. The Rockies are going to have no chance to win. It's time to move on from Kyle Freeland. If anybody will give you anything for him, that is addition by subtraction.
Yes. Kevin Kistner's multiple times said, I'll take a washing machine,
yes,
a coffee maker, get Kyle Freeland out of the clubhouse.
He's got to go. I saw Senzatella was on the list. There's another guy who is not going to be a part of this team once they're competitive again.
Sugano as a pitcher. So pitchers are Senzatella, Freeland, Sugano. Lorenzen was offered, but it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Freeland and Lorenzen are the 2 worst pitchers in Major League Baseball, and I'm not kidding. Kyle Freeland has given up the most runs. Michael Lorenzen's given up the most hits. They are the worst pitchers in baseball. So who the hell is going to want those 2? Senzatella, Sugano, that's a hot commodity, especially for a team that's competing out there. Mickey Moniak has been that for a couple years for the Colorado Rockies. It's time to move him. Jake McCarthy's fun. Those speed guys had the big moments of inside the park home runs. Jimmy Herget's probably not going to get you. That guy's so inconsistent. Bernardino as a middle reliever guy. Again, if there's a contender out there that needs a guy that come in and give you 3 outs, that's a dude that can do it for you. Just what are you going to get back? That's what I'm interested in, James. How are DePodesta and Burns going to handle the Are they going to hold on to these commodities for the wrong reasons, which it felt like the previous front office did over and over again because they liked the guy? It's about business, right? Not the feelings or friendships that are in that clubhouse get better by getting rid of the pieces that don't matter for the future.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of how I look at it is if I'm the Rockies, I'm not trading anybody that I like who's under 25 years old.
What about Hunter Goodman at 26?
Okay, I'll make the number 26.
Okay.
It's an arbitrary number anyway,
Sure.
I'm not trading him. But some of these other guys, whether it's Castro or McCarthy, you're 28, 29 years old. By the time this team is a playoff contender, if they ever get to that, and they're in their early 30s, are they part of that at that point? I don't know. So maybe you do need to stockpile, but to some extent, if you're trading guys that are under 25 or under 26, it's just this never-ending cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Because then you're trading for younger players. You're going to be bad. By the time those young players get ready to start contributing and help you be better, you're going to be in this exact same position you're in right now. And you're saying, well, should we trade Carrick? And at what point are you ever going to worry about today and tomorrow as opposed to 2 or 3 years from now? That's why I think you got to draw a line in the sand somewhere when it comes to age of we're not getting rid of anybody who's younger that's 25 or younger, 26 or younger. The rest of these guys, if you want to trade Willie Castro, that's fine. He's 29 years old.
And I mean, I've actually watched more Rockies baseball this year than the last 5 years combined. Willie Castro is an all-right player. He's nothing great.
Right. And you don't look at that and say, if he was 22, you might look at it and say, man, this guy's got a ton of potential. What could he be in 3 or 4 years? At 29, you're not saying that.
You kind of know who he is.
He is what he is, right? So I don't like trading young players that still have room to grow, but if you want to trade some of these guys that, McCarthy can go help whoever, okay, you got to stockpile a little bit. They're the opposite of the Broncos. Broncos are in a championship window. Rockies are the definition of rebuilding. So prospects, I'm fine with adding prospects. The other part of this is, can we just get some of these guys up from Albuquerque? Let's see what they're doing.
Yeah.
I really don't want to see anybody who has a birth year that isn't in the 2000s ever step on the field for the Rockies again. Ever.
It's over for those guys?
Yeah, that's 2026. So if your birth year is in the 1900s, you need to be playing somewhere else.
Yeah.
Not here.
The 1900. Now I feel old.
I know, no doubt.
I turned 42 over the weekend. I'm born in the 1900s. It's over for me.
Well, you shouldn't be playing for the Rockies.
No.
I think that's fair.
I'll tell the missus sometimes, I'm like, you think I could join the military? And she's like, no, they don't have any use for you. I'm like,
well,
damn.
When you get to be my age, and when I got this stupid
yeah, you got the cast on now.
I had such a hard time finding a doctor who would fix it because they're like,
oh,
you're
really?
52.
Just deal with it, man.
And finally I found one where the guy was like, if you were a 22-year-old baseball player, they'd fix this in a heartbeat. You're like, yeah, I'll fix it.
Like, you don't want to pay that tab.
I'm
It's
like,
not even worth it.
I'm that old? So we're like, we don't want to worry about fixing him.
Well, we talked about, like, you can't even play golf. Like,
do
exactly.
stuff.
Throw the ball with your kids.
I can't throw shoot a basketball, can't throw a ball, can't swing a golf club. Funniest thing, so I was vegan for 3 years.
Yeah, I remember.
The thing I missed the most or craved the most was barbecue.
Really?
I didn't like barbecue before I became vegan. And then all of a sudden I just was craving it. Now that I can't do anything because of this stupid wrist, I want to go play golf so bad.
See? It's out of sight, out of mind. It's what you can't have.
I used to play 2 or 3 times a year. I was like, oh, God, okay, I guess I got to go. Doug called. Right? But now that I can't do it, that's what I'm really craving. It's funny how that works. So, yes, I finally found somebody who could fix me up.
I'm going to vouch for you on this one. When James was vegan, you weren't the over-the-top guy of like, oh, what am I eating for lunch? Come over here and let me tell you.
Right.
You actually never did that.
Right.
That was nice.
Well, that's exactly, because they always say, how do you know someone is vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you.
Yeah.
I tried not to be that guy.
Our guy, Kent, is up there in Fort Collins, says, hey, I'm in Fort Collins. I'm an electrician for CSU. That's, again, a pretty sweet job, Kent, working in the building next to the Rams practice field. Kent. Well, shout out to Trey McBride, a 99 club on Madden today. That's one of my golfing bros that I get to swing the clubs with from time to time. And so yell good stuff about Trey McBride, and just because he's an awesome dude as well, yell out, like, we love you, Joel Dreesen, or something, and see if anybody up there still's got some love for our boy Joel. So Kent, living the dream up there, doing some electrical work for the Rammies. All right, hour 1 done. And just like that, hour 2 on deck. I wanted to have some fun, James. It's still a little summer conversation as we wait for the Broncos to kick off training camp this week. LeBron decided to finish in Philly. Never really felt real in Denver, but it got me to thinking if we could bring back one athlete from Denver past or outside of Denver's past to help a current Denver team, who would it be? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line. Tell us over on our YouTube page, that Tribe Chat fueled by Sean Ponda. We'll catch up there and give our answers next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Summer is here, and if you're planning a home project this year, windows, siding, or decking, now is the time to sign before the snow flies. Don't wait. Get the project you've always wanted and lock in a low-interest loan as low as 6.99% for 15 years. You deserve to enjoy your home, and 5280 Exteriors makes it easy with financing built for real Colorado homeowners. Call today or visit 5280exteriors.com to schedule your free estimate.
The rent's coming up. Also, gotta get groceries. And I should probably set up an emergency fund. Plus, I want to start my own business. Sorta. Maybe. But first, a trip I've been dying to take.
Wings is here to make sure it all adds up. Wings Credit Union. Let's figure it out together. Insured by NCUA.
Your air duct cleaning experts.
Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Ductworks. Summertime is all about staying cool and comfortable. But what about the air flowing through your home? You rely on your AC all summer long. Make sure the air that's circulating in your home is clean and fresh. Your air ducts collect dust, debris, and allergens year-round, and summertime airflow keeps it moving throughout your house. It's one of the most overlooked parts of your home, but it impacts the air you breathe every single day. That's why I trust the professionals at Ductworks. They're personable. When you call, you're always going to talk to a live person. They're educated guys, and Ductworks is Colorado's top-rated air duct cleaning company, trusted by thousands of 5-star reviews. Before your AC works through another Colorado summer, make sure the air you're breathing is clean. Call them for a free estimate today. 303-425-0985. That's 303-425-0985, or online at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
with James Marilat sitting in for Cecil Lammy, and we're hanging out until 2 when the drive gets in here. So on Friday, the news broke that LeBron James was joining Philadelphia. Again, I tweeted this out, obviously off and enjoying some downtime, telling you I'm doing over the weekend, checking out a wedding site and all the good stuff we're doing. I tweeted it out, shared it on Instagram too. It's like, LeBron James, yeah, he's the GOAT. But GOAT equals go on another team, not greatest of all time. That's all LeBron James seems to be doing. I already had hatred in my heart for Philadelphia sports. I have some Philly media friends, but I think those fans are ridiculous. I remember there was a, I don't know if Alex or I don't know if James, you remember. There was a media guy out there that was like going at the Nuggets about our altitude.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name. He had a dog's name, though. What was his first name? It was like something you name your dog.
Oh my goodness! I know who you're talking about because it's Eskin.
It's dad.
Eskin.
His dad is Howard Eskin.
Yeah.
Spike.
There you
Spike. Eskin. Was it Spike Eskin?
Look at how we worked that out.
We figured it out. You're like, you have a dog's name and you're telling us about altitude. So I just don't like Philly fans. I think they're not very smart. So I'm rooting hard against the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't think it's this big plug and play magical moment that. Now, a new player in Jaylen Brown, a new player in LeBron James, and whatever the heck Joel Embiid is over these last couple of years is just going to magically figure it all out over the course of an 82-game season. Will they make the playoffs and be good? Yes. Are they going to win a championship in year one? No, I don't think that. But with that in mind, I went, okay, we got snubbed on the LeBron thing, although it was always kind of a pipe dream. I think the biggest percentage I went was 5% when he had their name on the whiteboard. I'm like, all right, that's a little real. They're up there. But it never really felt real. So, who's out there, the former Denver athlete, just a former athlete, that you'd come back and be like, hey, one more run. Give this team one more run, and you're going to help out. Like Terrell Davis on the Denver Broncos. We all want him to run the ball, right? What did Elway lack? A running game. TD came, back-to-back Super Bowls. That's not a coincidence in any way. We want them to be more heavy on the run. Could Terrell Davis come in and be that savior for Bo that he was for John Elway? I think there are several answers with the Denver Broncos, but that's where my brain went first.
That's a good one. I mean, if you think back to that team, you know, obviously I think Shannon Sharp would be an upgrade over Adam Troutman.
Yeah,
that would be fine.
Yeah.
I would take the middle linebackers from the 2015 defense.
That's good.
I would take Danny Trevathan, Brandon Marshall for sure. You know, I think from a safety standpoint, like I wouldn't mind seeing Steve Atwater back there patrolling the defensive backfield.
You know, I don't know if I was going to share this or not, but of my 4 days off over the weekend, I had a Steve Atwater dream. And that's when I was like, do I need to go back to work or take more time off?
Yeah, that could go either
direction. I didn't know which one I needed to do.
Was it a Steve Atwater playing football dream or Steve like walking by you at training camp saying hello?
No, he was playing football, but I was covering him. So some way of like I'm my age then and not a little kid admiring who Steve Atwater was.
I don't know how to interpret that one.
It was
There's something going on.
My brain originally was like, take more time off work.
Yeah, no doubt. So you know, I think I would look at those. On the rundown here, you've got Patrick Waugh for the Avs.
Yeah.
Goaltender has been the issue with this team, and I got so much heat about it toward the end of the regular season when I said that.
I also wrote down, I was like, James is going to like this, so that Bednar can't overcoach it.
Exactly. Like, they overthought that situation so much, and all I got was all these, they won this award because it was the fewest goals allowed by combination. Like, okay, fine. Then why, if they're so set there, why won't the head coach say, here's our number one guy? Because he wants to give himself the option to overthink it and keep making changes for random reasons. And I don't think that's why they got eliminated, but it didn't help. It just was another thing that was like, it was a lack of steadiness. You just didn't know what you were going to get night in and night out. A big-time goaltender. If you look through this whole stretch, the McKinnon years, they've got one cup. That's the only time they've ever won a game beyond the second round with Jared Bednar. What's the one? They've tried a lot of different combinations. They've got stars. They've had a lot of different role guys come and go, make trades at the deadline, stand pat at the deadline. What's the one thing they haven't had? A top-flight goaltender. They've tried to get by with the Darcy Kempers of the world, and guys that maybe are a 6 or a 7. Put a 9 or a 10 back there. I think we've had more than one parade.
Like a no doubter back there.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And if for nothing else, it means Jared Bednar doesn't have to think about it. That would help. I'm trying to think of who I would want to bring back for the Nuggets. Now, my initial reaction was I would just undo the MPJ trade.
You bring back Michael?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm such a big Michael Porter Jr. fan. To the point where I'm probably not thinking rationally about this, but I just don't like the way everything's gone since they traded him. I loved that core of the big 3 or big 4 when you add NAG. I just would like to see that team back together. But I guess if I'm going to go back a little bit, especially in the way the NBA is now, because this guy was Steph Curry before Steph Curry.
Oh, I love this.
Give me Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf.
Yeah, I thought about that name too, especially think about it, they need a ball handler.
Oh, my
gosh. They need a guy
gosh.
that can create his own shot as a second unit, which we'd add on this team, right? Like Mahmoud coming off the bench to back up Jamal. What's your second unit? Mahmoud shooting it a bunch?
Right. I mean, think about the things he could do. Imagine him in the two-man game with Jokic, or imagine him being the guy that's standing in the corner for the wide-open threes, playing the MPJ role or the KCP. Or
he'd make over 200 threes in a season.
Oh, my goodness. If nothing else, they certainly, and this is what they miss with MPJ. Yes, I get it. Michael was frustrating because he just seemed to disappear by standing in the corner, but the opposing defense had to worry about him. Now they sag off of whoever's doing that role, and that clutters up the two-man game, so it's a lot less effective. Man, I would just love to watch Chris Jackson / Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf play. Probably my all-time favorite Nugget prior to Jokic, to the point where I got to be a fill-in ball boy one game.
What?
And he was on the team.
Sick.
So I'm sitting down.
How'd that work? Somebody got sick or something?
Yeah, like a guy I went to school with was like a full-timer, and somebody was out of town, so he's like, you want to come down and do it? I'm like, sure. So I'm sitting there, right down by the Nuggets bench, and I just get caught up in watching the game. I'm just watching it. And all of a sudden, like, somebody on the bench goes, hey, dude. And he points down in front of the scorer's table. There's just a pile of laundry because I just hadn't gone and gotten it.
Like, who's the new guy?
I was just watching the game. I'm like, oh, there's like 6 warm-up jackets just down there.
Oh, that's awesome. That's a great story. I've always wanted to do that, the ball boy.
It was fun. It was a ton of fun.
If anybody at the Nuggets is listening, I'll be a ball man. I'm interested still today.
Yeah, go out with
42 years
go
old.
out with the mop
Right.
and get the sweat off the court.
That would be sweet. Our guy Isaiah is up in Broomfield doing some concrete work. He checked in on the text line. I'm seeing a bunch of your guys' names for who you would add to a Denver team to help out right now. Oh, I love it. Tom Nalen on here. No, Tommy, that's a fun one to add.
Be great.
Just for entertainment with the media would be great alone. I have 2 names for the Nuggets that I think are going to surprise some people. Maybe even you, James. I want to share those and get caught up with you guys on the text line coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Fellas, what's going on? Josh Dover here. I want to talk to you about something important, and it was a game changer for me as I was getting into my 40s, and I'm now 42 years old, but my testosterone levels are where they're supposed to be. Thanks to my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a couple years ago, I felt lethargic, just tired, brain fog all the time. Sex drive was going away. Who the heck wants to live like that? I didn't. So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, set up my first appointment, signed up for their testosterone treatment, so I actually didn't even spend $1 on day one because they waived my $99 fee. Same deal for you. Check it out, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. But I want to talk to you about their body composition programs. I'm looking at a few pamphlets right now. Elevate, Ascend, Transform, and Perform. That's what we're talking about here. They can help us evolve. Modern day males, right? We all admire, respect our fathers, our grandfathers, but do you really want to look like them? With that belly that they got? No, we don't, right? So let's take advantage of what's in front of us. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic helping us stay the men that we want to be with our bodies. And it's 2026. Yeah, we want to look good and feel good so that you can handle the things you have to handle every single day. I'm telling you, it's not just going to happen because you want it to. It's going to take a little bit of hard work and some help with my friends over at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. So go see them today. Ask them about their Elevate, Ascend, Transform, and Perform body composition programs that can help us keep our bodies right as we age. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
What's going on, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now who are thinking about popping that question. And if you're ready for all that, you know you need a diamond. So let me save you time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it's going to begin. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, in the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers. Located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Garth Brooks is coming to Denver. The Blame It All on My Roots Arena Tour hits Ball Arena September 4th and 5th, and you don't want to miss it.
The sun comes up.
General tickets go on sale Friday, July 31st at 10 a.m. But here's the best part. We're giving you a shot to win tickets. Just head to the Denver Sports app and enter for your chance to win. Don't have the app yet? Now's the time to download it. Get entered, and we'll see you at the show. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, seeing some cool texts about the players that we would bring back. I know Alex and Kevin have a couple. I have a couple as well. James, some more from you from the different teams. And I said TD, you brought up Sharp, Atwater name for the Broncos. We're talking about Patrick Waugh for the Avalanche. As we were kind of describing the Avs thing, I thought to myself, would Claude Lemieux tell McKinnon to pipe down from time to time? You know, like, hey, Nate, you're wound too tight. Shut up. You're making everybody mad. Dial it back. Your talking privileges are done until tomorrow.
Maybe.
Right? That might be fun, you know?
Maybe. Like, you kind of do need to have someone in the room who keeps the superstar in check.
Yeah.
Like, not publicly, but maybe that the superstar is a little bit nervous about. Like, you think back to those Broncos teams that won back-to-back Super Bowls. They had a ton of stars. Elway's a Hall of Famer. But then you also had Romo in that locker room.
Right.
Just a little touched. Right? So it's
Yeah.
like you kind of need to have Claude Lemieux on this team the last couple of years.
Perfect.
When they just unravel in the postseason, when they can't match the physicality, would have been fantastic. On that front, here's who the Nuggets needed in the series against Minnesota. Kenyon Martin.
Wow, that's a great name.
Remember when he shoulder checked Dirk on the baseline?
Oh, yeah.
That changed the tenor of that series.
Mm-hmm.
They went all the way to the Western Conference Finals, ultimately lost in 6 games to Kobe.
Remember what he said he was going to do to Mike
Lakers?
Cuban after the mom situation?
They had the whole battle going on. Yeah. They need a little bit of that. What do you think he does if the Timberwolves are chirping him after games?
He's going at it, dude.
Yeah. Like, McDaniels is getting fouled hard at some point.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of mentality. And you can't, like, at some point, the Nuggets had too many of those kind of guys.
Right. That's where the Thuggets came from.
Right. You need, like, one or two. Same thing of, like, I wouldn't mind adding a Romo personality to this Broncos team. Their defense is really good.
Mm-hmm.
But a Romo or another guy, because you got to have one of those guys that, like, he's probably good for 1 15-yarder every game.
Remember Malik Jackson?
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
It's Malik Jackson. Add Malik Jackson. Not that they don't have good defensive linemen, but just somebody who you never know where that line is unless you cross it every once in a while. You could be a mile from it. You could be an inch from it. You don't know. Malik Jackson was that guy. And then on the other side of the ball, Orlando Franklin was that guy. He was good for a 15-yarder every game, too.
Malik Jackson was like, in the first quarter, he's going to get a 15-yard penalty just to test the water and know where he's at. And we'd all forget about it by the fourth quarter.
Right.
But it meant so much in that first quarter.
And it wouldn't be like on a 3rd and 12 where you got him off the field. And it wouldn't be in the fourth quarter when it really
He's smart.
He would do it early. And it would be, it's 1st and 10 at the 20. Now it's 1st and 10 at the 35. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good enough defense. It's not going to matter.
Malik was a fun player. So I had 2 Nuggets names that I thought, all right, it's a little bit before my time. I obviously know my Nuggets history and can respect what it was. And then I have just let's throw it up the court and see what the hell happens guy. Ball handler defense, right? You need that for the Denver Nuggets, this version of it. Throw me a little T.R. Dunn on this basketball team. Physical dude, big dude, could score when he needed to, but was just a physical player. And then Fat Lever as well, who again, I know it's a different version of basketball, but he had some offensive ability, specifically dishing and facilitating, but also a bigger frame and just the Fat's ability to shuffle his feet side to side and not let anybody just blow by him, and the turnstiles that we see from Jamal, from these guards on the Nuggets now. Like, those 2 dudes took pride in what they were doing because it was a different style and era. But you add those dudes, especially a Fat, that can facilitate. You could move Jamal off the ball, and Fat's in the starting lineup as your defender and point guard, while Jamal's just shooting and running dribble handoffs for Nikola Jokic. So those 2 were like an old school feel, and I can't get over watching. If I could watch J.R. Smith do 360 alley-oop dunks thrown 3/4 court from Nikola Jokic, my head would explode, and I'm here for that.
Yeah, J.R. Smith, if you made your list of what could have been athletes in the history of Denver sports, just guys who had all the ability in the world. I would actually put Mahmoud on that list.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable player, just was playing probably in the wrong era, just not in the right situation. Like, he needed a Steve Kerr type head coach. It was like, yeah, we're just going to run everything through you. They let Doug Moe draft him. He's excited to coach him, and then they fire Doug Moe, which made no sense. But JR's on that list to me with like Jay Cutler. Jay Cutler had all the ability in the world.
Yep.
Could have been a great, great player if he had Bo Nix's mentality.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he would have been awesome. TR Dunn, great pull there, because certainly would have given him a lot of defense and some toughness. TR's offensive game basically was stand in the corner and shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of what works
Today's
here.
NBA, right?
He'd be great. Fat Lever was 6'3", kind of a triple-double. I wouldn't say he's a triple-double machine, but would put up triple-doubles at 6'3", back when Magic was doing it, but he was 6'9".
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was back when the NBA, I'm not trying to be like a back in my day guy, but it was a more physical sport.
And Magic's playing power forward at moments in the game where
Right.
Fat's a guard 100% of the time.
I would love to see what Fat Lever would be able to do in today's game. Just a guy that played much bigger than his actual size on both ends of the floor. I guarantee you Minnesota wouldn't pick him up 90 feet every possession.
No, they wouldn't.
Because they'd be playing 4-on-5 the whole game.
Yeah. So just a couple of names there. I know the boys behind the glass had a couple names. Alex, do you have some Nuggets names for us?
I have two.
Okay.
One of them is going to upset some people.
Okay.
The first name that I have on there actually is Dikembe Mutombo.
That'd be sweet.
Jake was talking about it one of the last times he was on, where he was like, I'd put Nikola at the 4, Mutombo at the 5, here and there. And I was like, honestly, I would love the way that would look.
Yeah.
The biggest problem you have is rim protection. No better rim protector for the Nuggets than Dikembe Mutombo.
That's a great one. I don't know why they won't play Nikola at the 4. They refuse to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it made me mad. They would have lost to Golden State anyway the year they got the gentleman sweep. But why not play Boogie at the 5 and try Jokic at the 4? Make Steve Kerr adjust. This year, the same thing of like
Jonas and Joker.
Yeah, why not? Why do we never see it? It's not like he's a classic 5. Like, what are we doing? So that's a good one. I like
Great
that
one.
Yeah, he's everything but a traditional 5, I'd say Nikola
Exactly.
Jokic is. And then the other name, again, this is if I can get the prime version of this player, I'd love to have Russell Westbrook back.
Oh, wow.
If I could have
I didn't think anybody would bring that name
If I
up.
could have a prime version of Russell Westbrook, that you want defense, you want dog, you want athleticism, he ticks all of those boxes. You kind of just got the slower and older version of him when he was here.
I will say prime version of Russell Westbrook dunks that layup he missed against Minnesota rather than goes for the layup. So maybe that's a better version of him as well. I was pro Russell Westbrook.
Yeah,
and then had
me
to
too.
eat a bunch of words when that story came to
I
an end.
do, though. I like that because of his mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is the biggest problem with this team now. It really wasn't a talent issue. It was a mentality issue, and there was nobody in his prime, especially, more competitive than Russell Westbrook.
No, you're right.
Like, I just want guys on this team who want to go out and compete. It's why I get so frustrated with Nikola Jokic. I get that he's on vacation and it's the summer. I just am not entertained by his horses and the bar crawl in Serbia and
the rafting trip,
whitewater rafting.
Yeah.
I'm not anymore. I want to see a guy that's competitive and looks like he's ticked off that they lost. Not, oh, well, cool, I'd go see my horses earlier. Like, Russell Westbrook would have been that guy, so that's a good one.
That is a good one. Kev, you got a couple names? Broncos names?
Nuggets, I was thinking Kenyon Martin after James said that.
Great
That's
one.
a great one. You need some defensive help. How about Dante Jones back in the day?
Oh, wow.
Little Duke defense.
Kobe Tripper guy?
See, runs in the Duke family.
Yeah.
That's all we do.
Again, though, you gotta have one guy on your team that's a little dirty.
Yeah,
that
kind of a jerk.
Pushes the envelope.
Mm-hmm.
See,
that's a great one.
And he's from Duke, so dirty
Oh,
player
that's the
Duke.
real reason.
There you
It
go.
works out. We
Yeah.
got 2 Duke players this year for the Nuggets. For the Broncos, I was thinking Julius Thomas.
That's a good one.
Why not go get the most talented receiving tight end the Broncos have ever had?
That's a good one.
Okay, nobody said anything about the Rockies. So real quick, I'm going to throw a couple out there. One, you got to go bring back the greatest player in the history of the organization. That's
Too low.
Nolan Arenado. Number 2, the year he started the All-Star game, give me Ubaldo
There we go.
at his best.
Mm-hmm.
I would pay to go watch that right now.
Yeah.
And I would also pay to go watch Cargo just take batting practice.
Cargo
That
being
guy.
back would be incredible.
Oh, just a beautiful swing.
We used to play this fun radio drop, Jorge De Rosa, when he would pitch. So I'd bring him back so we could bring that cool drop back as well. Just selfishly for me to say Jorge De La Rosa. That's a good one. I'm seeing Champ opposite of PS2 for Broncos. David Thompson getting some love. We didn't mention that.
Sure.
And your guys' Kenyon Martin's getting a lot of love on the RamosLaw.com text line. So good stuff there. All right, I want to ask James a question. We've been talking about our biggest Broncos questions leading up to camp. I want to know what James's biggest question is. What's the one thing you want to figure out when camp starts, James? We'll find out next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
It's summertime, and Aleve is here to keep you on the go. Whether it's planes, trains, or automobiles, Aleve's got your back with up to 12 hours of back pain relief. With just one dose, you'll get to your destination and be ready for your next adventure. So pack your sunscreen, your shades, and your Aleve. No matter where your final stop, Aleve will keep you moving. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back this summer. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
My Lowe's Pro Rewards members, save big during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Get your member volume discount plus an extra 5% off eligible orders with a quote of $2,000 or more. And buy more and save more with up to 20% off in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Can't be combined with any contract or special pricing. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit the Pro Desk or Lowe's.com/terms for more details. Subject to change.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years guaranteed? Thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get the best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. No annual contracts or commitments, no hidden fees, and the best equipment included. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
This ain't pop. This ain't pretty. This is Southern hospitality. The Black Crows, Whiskey Myers, blues-soaked guitars, outlaw swagger. Rock and roll the way it was meant to be. Loud, raw, and real. The Southern Hospitality Tour. The Black Crows. Whiskey Myers. August 2nd, Fiddler's Green Amphitheater. Tickets on sale now at fiddlersgreenamp.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
This July, make the most of summer adventures in the all-new 2026 Honda Passport from Champ Honda. Designed for drivers who want capability without compromise, the Passport is equally at home on Colorado back roads, weekend camping trips, or your daily drive across town. At Champ Honda, buying is just as easy, thanks to their one price, one person, 1 hour philosophy, giving you a transparent price, a single advisor, and a faster, more enjoyable experience. Plus, Champ Honda never charges dealer handling fees.
Welcome to Whatever Bank, where we succeed in doing the bare minimum.
Yeah, hi. I normally get paid on Fridays. Is there any way I can get my direct deposit sooner?
Oh, you're serious?
You don't have to bank like that. Make the switch to KeyBank and get access to eligible direct deposits up to 2 business days early with Early Pay.
So it is possible.
Learn more at key.com/earlypay. KeyBank opens doors. KeyBank member FDIC.
Hey, it's Philip Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship,
and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, James and Merrill, that's sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. I want to ask James a question about the Denver Broncos. Their biggest question going into camp and into the regular season after we get through the preseason. Before we jump into that, I do want to remind everybody, Thursday from noon to 1, it's our next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We're going to be at the International Hot Tubs, located at 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. That's 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. Limit 1 per person. That's the t-shirts, that is. You can buy as many hot tubs as you want. While supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. That is DenverSports.com/shirt. Always want to remind everybody, you get one and you're going out to camp. We want to not only see you, James, we want to hear you as well. Cheer, yell out your favorite host name, Josh Dover, whatever, whoever it is. We love the fan. Wear your shirts.
Yeah.
Rock the gear. Let us hear you so we can come say hello.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the setup is this year, given the fact that everything's been reconfigured down there.
Yeah. Have you been there since?
No.
I haven't either.
So, one, just to see the new facility will be cool. But, like, where are we in relation to the fans? Because, I mean, they're going to be yelling your name a lot. So
They'll be like, North Glen, we love the Glen.
Exactly.
Stuff like
exactly.
that.
Go Norse.
Yeah,
Drop
exactly.
that in there. But, yeah, no, I think the tribe will represent.
Let's do it.
They'll
Let's
be good.
Let's
They'll
get
be
it
good.
done. So get your shirts, come, be loud, show up, show out. All right, James. So like I said earlier and throughout this week and last, we've highlighted like 9 big Broncos questions going into camp. And then we'll keep an eye on all these storylines. And when we get to, game 1, week 1, we'll see where we're at with those questions. But in your mind, what do you think you're going to get there and be out there Friday and then a couple of days throughout every week? What do you want to see or have answered by the time we get to that Chiefs game on Monday Night Football? Okay,
well, I think I'm going to kind of hedge here a little bit.
All right, that's all right.
The biggest story going into the season to me is Davis Webb taking over play calling. Like, that is a huge change. Problem is, I don't think we're going to get any insight in certainly not at training camp,
Yeah.
but probably not even during preseason of whether or not it's working. So we won't know going into that game in Kansas City, ooh, this is a lot better. We won't know anything. So I'm gonna put that on the side. So then I have 2 things I'm really going to be watching down there. One on both sides of the ball. Number one, the biggest addition they had, obviously, was Jalen Waddle.
Mm-hmm.
What does he look like out there, right? Does he just jump out as like, oh, my God, that guy's different, just his ability to run routes and get open, and this just are all with space, and Bo's always looking his direction. We don't know because Bo hasn't been on the field with him yet. So how long does that chemistry take? Do the Broncos figure out a way to get him involved all the time? Because it was kind of Cortland, and then depending on the week, it was somebody else.
Yeah.
Well, was that because the coaching staff just isn't great at having 2 guys involved every single week, or is it because they didn't really have a number 2? My guess is it was B, and now that they really do have a number 2, okay, I want to see him involved a lot.
I will say, can I add a quick layer to that? I think you said it earlier, getting to the line of scrimmage sooner. Bo Nix is getting to the line of scrimmage going, oh, crap, I don't know anything, but that safety's at the wrong hash. I'm throwing it over there to Cortland.
Right. I'm with you. So I think those 2 things maybe go hand in hand, the Davis Webb situation with him calling plays and getting it in quicker and just, having a better just sort of procedural thing going on. And then what are they doing with Jalen Waddle, making sure he's getting incorporated? I don't want him to be this year's Evan Ingram where we had high hopes and it just disappointed. So that's on the offensive side of the ball. Here's the one, and I maybe it was on your list and I just didn't hear it. Maybe it's coming up as we continue to count down all week. But the Broncos didn't have a day 1 or day 2 draft pick this year. They did last year, and he was extremely underwhelming.
Yeah.
And he got a total free pass because they went 14-3. And it started in training camp. Nobody said anything about Jahdae Barron and what's he doing. Where is he? Why is he not on the field? So I think it's important. He needs to look like a first-round pick. That guy needs to not be a bust, and not only because, hey, they need their premium picks to turn into starters, turn into contributors. That's how good organizations do it. But it also impacts what do they do with Riley Moss? What do they do with Jaquan McMillan? Like, there are other things involved with it. But how much better is this defense if Jahdae Barron is somebody who can be out there and contribute, and you notice him on the field? They lost some of their depth at safety. He supposedly is a guy that can play all over. Does he do some things in that role? Like, okay, he's this guy that he's a jack of all trades. You can even bring him down the box. He can defend against the run and all of these things we heard. Can we see it?
Yeah. That's a great question.
Can he look like a first-round pick? So the number one example of the only other first-round pick I remember getting that much of a free pass and doing so little in his rookie year, and nobody really made a stink about it, and it turned out good, was Trevor Pryce. He was on the first Super Bowl winning team. That was his rookie year. He didn't do squat.
No.
He turned into a guy that should be a Ring of Famer. The fact that he's not makes zero sense. Okay, so can Jahdae Barron be Trevor Pryce, where he sort of had like his gap year?
Yeah,
you know,
right.
Just kind of learning.
You're drinking from a fire hose. You can understand a little bit.
Right. Okay, but now turn into a player. If he can't get on the field this year and contribute a lot and make their decision about Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan at least difficult, then that's a bust. And you can't have first-round picks that are busts. So I want to see that guy look like somebody who was worthy of going 20th overall, I think is where they took him.
That's exactly right.
That to me is somebody I'm going to be watching in training camp of like, he's got to show up. He's got to show me something this year.
I think that's such a great point. And the safety thing that you brought up is so – why are we watching Devon Keeby out there going like, oh, he's a special team player, but they're forcing him to play safety? Why wasn't that Jahdae Barron?
Right.
Up until December, where I've given the credit to Riley Moss. They put the boxing gloves on him. He stopped pulling people down as he's falling to the ground. He got better. But why didn't Jahdae get a chance at that before December? So he was just drinking from the fire hose the entire time. And a part of their reasoning of going, we had to go BPA here, is because Cecil always says it. What's the role? Star. He played the star at Texas, where you can just put him all over the field and he can cover anybody out there. And it's the SEC, so he's playing NFL talent. Where did that all go? In the third round, you have to get starters in the NFL draft rounds 1, 2, and 3. If you miss every other year or every few years in the third round, I'm not going to kill you for that. But missing on first-round draft picks, being in a championship window or not, if you made the selection and you miss on a first-round draft pick, that sets you back a couple of years no matter what.
It does.
That's a great point, James.
It does. He just needs to be that guy. I mean, he was a Thorpe Award winner. He was the best cornerback in college football. And he essentially can't get on the field.
Yeah.
He played a great point in terms of the star position. Okay, then do that with him here.
He played 5 snaps in the AFC Championship game.
That's just unacceptable. And I think VJ does a really good job of scheming things up and getting creative and on a week-in, week-out basis winning the chess match. So therefore, a guy who can play a lot of different positions, can play outside, can play inside in the slot, can play in the box, can play safety, can move all over the place. Like, it's maybe a bad analogy because he played everything other than DB, but like Carl Mecklenburg played 7 positions as a Bronco. They moved him all over, played every position on the defensive line, played every position at linebacker. Why can't he be the opposite of that? Like, yeah, he's in safety, then he's at corner, then he's in the slot. Like, we never know where he's going to be. Then we're blitzing him. Like, okay, if he's that guy, then get creative and find a way to get him on the field. So it's one of two things. Either he's a bust, which I don't know why that would be, because remember also his introductory press conference, and he thanked the organization, and he's a super sharp guy. So
take care of his mom and all the stuff.
Yeah, so he's saying all the right things, doing all the right things. By all accounts, he's a hardworking guy. He's got a good football IQ. So I don't think it's a him thing. Is it a him thing or is it a coaching thing? Why is he not on the field? I don't know, but that needs to get solved this year.
I think football people overcomplicate football so much of like, well, he has to be he's got to be a nickel and covering this size of a wide receiver or a safety with this kind of look. Is he a football player? It's the old, the water boy. Remember he's with Lawrence Taylor and he's like, tell me what you do. And he's like, well, I try to tackle the quarterback unless he gives the football to somebody else, in which case I try to tackle that guy. That's pretty much what football is. Stop overcomplicating it. First round picks, find the field.
Yeah, when people start coming up with all those added things like, well, he's got to be in this spot against a receiver this size. It's like you're basically just telling me he can't play. Because we never say that about PS2.
No, we don't. We want him to move everywhere.
Right. It's not like, well, he doesn't, he can't guard a left-hander. Like, what? What are we talking about? Right? Like, I know that's not what people say, but it's like it's that ridiculous.
Right.
So if you have to put that many parameters on it, it's because you just can't play. I think he can play. But I think by the time your question was, what are we going to know by the time we get to September 14th? I think we will know by opening night, Monday night in Kansas City against the Chiefs, if Jahdae Barron's a player or a bust.
And if he's a bust, we got to start asking some more questions about why the heck George made that pick coming up or going back to last April. All right, let's check our Twitter timeline. What's happening over there? We're going to have some fun with our old buddies Michael Porter Jr. and Peyton Watson. There's always a pecking order, James, no matter who you are or where you are. Details on that next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We here in the sports world love talking about dynasties. Denver Deck Builders works with a dynasty of their own. As their owner, Ron Gibbous, explains.
Trex has been the most common. It was the first composite. It's been the most common one. It's over 50% of the market. They have a great product. It's the most durable product that I've used on my own deck in my own backyard. Trex is probably our biggest hitter.
Start planning your family's outdoor living space with Denver Deck Builders. Go to ddbonthefan.com.
Hey, this is Rob Biandino at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled 7,000 cases, over 300 trials. If you've been injured in a car accident or property damage, you need our help. I handle all my cases personally. I know all the medical experts, all the damage experts to get you the most for your injuries and your damages. If you're injured in an accident, call me. I will go to war for you. The insurance company knows that I'm a trial lawyer. That will get you more money, a better settlement at the end of the day. Give me a ring, 720-706-5151. Hit me up at beattheda.com.
Cecil Lammy here for my friends at SodaDietAndNutrition.com. Listen, 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with soda, and I'm never going back. Why? Because soda was there for me with a personalized nutritionist and a diet plan specifically structured for me. Soda teaches you how to let go of the weight and keep it off for a lifetime, and that's why I can lose that 60 pounds, and I'm never going to gain it back. There are no shots, no pills, no lifetime dependency. This is just real food with expert guidance and habits that last. That's why soda is there for you like they were there for me. Get your 4 weeks free when you call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. That's right. Get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. You got the things that can work for you with soda. 4 weeks free is available now. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the fan. Mention me, Cecil Lammy, there as well. Get right for the rest of the summer. It's SodaDietNutrition.com because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
That sound your grandkids make when they really want something. Let's see if I can do it. This is Jay Rickstrew for Alpine Bank, member FDIC, an equal housing lender. Please. That's how mine sound anyway, and this summer they're hoping for a pool. I don't know about that, but I do know this. New and exciting things can happen this season. Opportunities are all around us, like visiting local farmers markets and listening to outdoor concerts. Having friends over for a barbecue is fun. Ferris wheel rides and county fairs. However your family spends the summer, Alpine Bank hopes it's a fantastic one. We'll see you out and about, probably at the local pool because that backyard pool seems like a stretch. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
Want real Broncos talk? Cecil Lemmy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue Today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue Today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, what's happening on our Twitter timeline that we want to share with the crew? James Merrill sitting in for Cecil, and I got a few tweets, James, to throw at you. And one actually has a little double tie because we were talking about it before the show, and we're both locked in with our boy Chris Bianchi. If I'm not mistaken, you gave Chris Bianchi his chance to move to Colorado, right?
Correct.
So, like,
Correct.
You were running the radio
first job
station.
in Denver media.
He came to Colorado to work for you and work along, the late, great, and rest in peace, Les Shapiro and
Jim Armstrong.
Jimmy Armstrong once, he's like, let me teach you how to write a spot. And then just sat and kind of belittled me for 30 minutes. But I love Jimmy, but that's just what it was in the moment. And I got it. I understood my role.
Sure.
Chris Bianchi tweeted this. Wow. Fort Morgan hit 108 today. This was yesterday. Hottest temperature there in over 113 years. And, of course, Mike Kliss, being the Broncos insider that he is, quote tweeted that and just wrote, hometown of Joel Dreesen, Trey McBride, Ryan Jensen, and Jake Plummer's wife, Colette, was blazing today.
Wow. Okay.
So I like that Mike's sharing that. 108's a hot day. I like what you said earlier, that we're overplaying the heat. But before we get into that, hot or cold, you have to be one. What are you picking?
Hot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've gotten to the point now where, like, I would rather live in Phoenix in the summer than shovel snow in the winter. I just am over it.
I'm done with snow. I love this place so much, but what's going to make me leave this state is snow. And it's going to happen.
It's the shoveling it. It's the constantly having a dirty car. It's the drive home that usually takes me an hour, and now it's 2 hours because people can't drive in it. It's all of that. Like, you can drive in the sunshine. I always tell people you don't have to shovel sunshine. So, yeah, give me the heat. Listen, when it's the highest it's been in 113 years.
That's warm.
Okay, we can talk about that one. But the fact that, we're flirting with 100. You know what has happened every year in July since I was born, and I've lived here my whole life? Then 1973 in the 52 years since, we flirt with 100 degrees in July, like every single day. Yeah. So if it's record high was 99 and we hit 100, well, first of all, where are we doing the calculation? Because it used to be at Stapleton and now it's out at DIA, and there's a little bit of context to it. But let's not act like we're 14 degrees higher than we normally are. Like, we're normally only 82 and we're flirting with 100. No, that's not the case. It's always hot here in July. That's just the way it goes. So I'm a little tired of the just like, oh my God, the sky is falling.
See, like, the drought is what's really getting me. It's because, like, one, my water can't do it. Like, lakes are low, can't be there. Or, the community pools are only open this many days. So part of that, but I'm 100% with you. Give me heat over cold every single day of the week. I hate the cold. I will leave the cold. I can't play golf in the cold. I have big issues with the cold.
Yeah, and like, I don't ski anymore or snowboard. So, like, the things that are fun to do in the cold weather, I'm not going to, I don't do them.
That's what I mean. I'll probably have to leave Colorado. My family's not going to leave. I'll come back and see you guys, and I'm sure I'm going to be like, oh, it's snowing. This is fun. Now let me get back to Florida or Arizona.
I might leave Thursday.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Right. Depends on what happens coming up this week.
You can't afford heat, baby. That's what you got to do, baby, you know?
All right. I saw this from our buddy Will Peterson's Twitter account, @PetersonWill. It's a video of Jalen Brunson walking right into a club with his wife or lady, whomever it may be, while, as Will writes, NBA champs Michael Porter Jr. and Peyton Watson get checked to see if they're on the list as Brunson strolls right by him. Like I said to tease it, I think this is fun because it reminds all of us that there's a pecking order no matter who you are and what you've accomplished. Michael Porter Jr. and Peyton Watson are successful, a level that we'll never understand in our lives. And they're still at the front of the door going, no, it's Michael Porter Jr., Porter. Should be on the list there, sir.
Peyton, Pey. Yeah, I thought it was funny. I don't think it's embarrassing for those guys.
It's not embarrassing.
But, like, is there a bigger sports star right now in New York City than Jalen Brunson?
No.
He just led the Knicks to a
He's
championship.
the biggest. LeBron just went to Philly. LeBron's still LeBron, but outside of LeBron going to Philly, Jalen Brunson's the face of the NBA right now.
Jalen Brunson never will buy a meal in New York for the rest of his life. Never will buy a cocktail. Never will have to wait and make sure his name is on the list. Like, right. He's that guy. There's also a difference between being a star for the Knicks and a really good player for the Nets.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, Michael's just in a different realm.
Yeah.
And then hopefully Peyton Watson sees this and goes, oh, I bet, you know what? In Denver, I walk right in.
Yeah. He's like, wait, you can't even get us in a club in Brooklyn?
Yeah. Like, oh, do I really want to come here?
Yeah.
Or, not the Knicks or whatever, but like a place like New York, because he's flirted with LA, like, oh, he's going to go to the Clippers, the Lakers, whatever. Like, I feel like he wants to go big city, big market. It's like, if he went to LA, is he the 1,000th biggest star in the city?
I don't even know if he's that.
Right? If you're in Denver, he's at least top 30.
Yeah. He's not waiting at the View House. There's no doubt he's just rocking right in. They got a table for him.
Walking right into the Giggling Grizzly.
That's exactly right. Oh, what a spot.
Does that place still exist?
Yeah. There's a sign there. I don't know if people go into it anymore, but there's a sign.
It's like, do you want to be big fish, little pond, tiny fish, enormous pond? That's what Peyton Watson needs to do.
I was telling you the joke. I've been in this situation. Pecking order matters. I got to go to Super Bowl a couple years ago in Arizona, and our mutual friend Ryan Harris, I'm still buddies with, I'm literally like, no, Ryan Harris +1. I'm that.
Yeah.
No, Ryan's on it, but there's a +1, right? Because I'm already here dressed this way, and I'm going to have to walk home because I can't afford an Uber if I'm not in this party.
Yeah.
So I've been in that situation.
You just got to know your place. There's nothing wrong with that.
And it's okay. That's just how it goes from time to time.
I ain't stopping, and I ain't ever gonna stop, boy.
All right. This one, I gotta know where you're at on matching outfits, James. Like with the family, the lady, the missus. My lady hates it. I'm real into it. So it causes it. She's like, we're not going to wear.
Wait. You wear the same you want to wear the same outfit?
Yeah, like we got these matching sweatsuits that we're supposed to wear to the airport. She never wears it.
Oh, no, she's 100% right.
I always want to wear it. So I saw this tweet that says, Costco has Adidas tracksuits for $30, and now my whole family looks like European gangsters.
Okay, now, for the most part, I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like when they, people dress up their twins the same or all their kids the same. Like, it's just like, okay. But there is a lot, like if you're doing tracksuits, like an old 80s tracksuit, or I'm thinking like the velour sweatsuit.
Yeah.
That would be kind of sweet. So you look like a Russian
mobster.
Monster.
Right. Like, don't mess with that family over there.
And I do like it like for a flight. Like if me and my boys are flying somewhere and all four of us have our like matching sort of maroon velour jumpsuits.
Yeah.
That's a pretty
There's
good
probably
look.
a bucket hat involved in some way, right?
Okay, now I can see that. But so, like, it's got to kind of be – there's a tipping point where it becomes, like, funny.
It's like it's always novelty. Like, airport, out-of-town dinner. Like, we don't –
Sure.
We're going to see her college friends, and I've never met him. I'm like, let's dress the same and see how they react.
What if – so, like, we go to – I get the same group of buddies. We go to Vegas every year for Wild Card Weekend. And, depending on how everybody's schedules are, it's usually a group between about 8 and 14. What if we all showed up to dinner wearing our matching velour jumpsuits?
Yeah, like that would be
what are these
sweet.
14 guys doing wearing maroon jumpsuits?
You're either like, oh, it's a fun bachelor party, or they're all in the mafia. Don't look at them.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
Okay, I might try and float that idea for this year.
Yeah, so you got
That's
matching
fun.
suits.
Yeah, that's fun.
You got to take pictures of all you guys in the book in the same jumpsuits.
Yeah, sitting in the book all day in our jumpsuits.
Sweating your butts off. All right, so yay or nay, matching sweatsuits for the family, because Costco's got you covered right now with $30 Adidas sweatsuits. You can go get hooked up. All right, that's what's on our Twitter timeline. We are inching closer and closer to Broncos camp. Starts this week. We're just 4 days away. We have 9 big questions about the Broncos. Today, we're asking about the Davis Webb impact. What should we expect? How soon will it come? And we didn't get to answer this one. Are we sure that he's a one and done as an OC? Let's answer those questions next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
All right, barbecue fans, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040 with something special for you that we're cooking up for the best free meal in all of Denver. Now, in addition to my delicious smoked pulled pork that we serve on nearly a monthly basis and my copycat Chipotle chicken recipe that has a kiss of smoke and is fantastic. Our friends over at Old Style Sausage, a local company that makes these sausages that are custom made for the smoker. Mike Daborski over there is going to give us some. So this summer, they will join the menu at the best free meal in Denver. We're here to help. It's every first and third Thursday. You get free groceries and a hot meal for the night. No questions asked. You just pull up and pop the trunk. It's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road, E Hills Church from 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. TRAJAN 1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN at KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Marilat sitting in for Cecil Lammy today. Cecil will be back at it tomorrow, taking care of some business out there today. But I want to talk to James about a couple of different things here over the next 25 minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming at you. First up is a Broncos conversation. Then we're going to get into what Spencer Jones coming back to the Nuggets means for the Nuggets and their salary cap situation. But first up, the Davis Webb conversation. So, James, we're talking about the big questions coming up in about the Broncos during camp leading up to September 14th for Week 1 Monday Night Football at Kansas City. Today, we're on to the Davis Webb impact. We've talked about it all offseason. What does that actually mean? And then I want to put some numbers to it and whether or not, I guess we go like more or less of what he's going to accomplish. So they were the best team. I feel weird calling it the best. They had the most pass attempts. They weren't the best passing team. They just threw the ball the most. I don't want that to be the case. I also, like I told you earlier, I'm going to take the cards I have and try to play the best hand with what I know this team is. They're still going to throw the football quite a lot. Sean still has his fingerprints on it. That's what he wants to do. Davis is a former quarterback. I know more modern day quarterback where you're wanting to throw the football a little bit more. I will say, all right, they're not going to lead the league, but I think they're going to be top 5. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they're still top 3. So I don't know how much that actually changes from Davis Webb.
I think actually that one will change fairly significantly.
Like, what do you mean significantly? Like 10?
Yeah, I think they'll still be they'll be flirting with the top 10 team.
Okay.
I think their offense would be better if they were 11th in pass attempts.
Even if, dude, when like I said, top 10, that's a huge jump for me from 1 to 10. That means there's some nice running going on.
It's throwing the ball too much. It's not having an effective running game. It means, hey, you're in 2nd and 9, so you just kind of bail on whatever you wanted to do that drive because we're behind the sticks. Here we go. We're going to throw it. And then there's also they get into situations that should be running moments, and they throw the ball. Right? Like, hey, first and goal from the 4.
Yeah.
They're chucking it. I think Sean's trying to pad some stats there, make his pick look right. And I also don't think he trusts the running game. It's 3rd and 1. What did they do on the 4th down in the AFC title game? It's 4th and short. Like,
they wanted Jarrett to throw the ball.
Right. Instead of handing the ball off and showing that, hey, we can move the ball on the ground. So I do think that Davis Webb will try to establish that more because he knows as a former quarterback, and especially as a guy who wasn't an elite quarterback, that a running game is a huge friend of a quarterback. So I think they will run the ball more this year. I really, really do. I think that operationally, I think it's going to be much improved. And Sean admitted this. He admitted it before the game against Buffalo in the postseason. I think he admitted it even more so when he gave up play calling duties. Is as he's gotten older and he's in his 60s, I don't think it's fair to say he has feet of clay, but he makes decisions slower than he did, and it doesn't take long. It's 3 or 4 seconds that makes the difference between getting the play in a timely fashion, getting in and out of the huddle, getting the line of scrimmage in time to get a read on what's going on, and letting Bo Nix make some adjustments if need be or whatever the case may be. They also didn't run a lot of motion because they didn't have a lot of time to run motion. It's a domino effect. So I think that's going to be a big part of it. I think it's having a guy that doesn't have to run the ball on his play sheet, and I think it's just the mechanics of getting the play in faster that's going to be the two things that are big areas of improvement.
Well, if they fall down in the top 10 or right outside of it, that's going to make them more balanced. That's going to improve their offense. So they would. My next question was going to be, could they jump from 14 to inside the top 10 as far as their offensive rank? If they do what you just said, that'll come by default because you're running the ball more. You're keeping defenses guessing. Play action's open. Middle of the field is open because of play action and Jalen Waddle. And you're just a better overall offense with all of those things happening.
Yeah, I think they're going to average more yards running per game than they did last year. I also think they're going to average more yards passing.
That's where I was going to go. 231 yards a game through the air last year. They're better than that this year?
Yeah, 231 yards a game when you lead the league in passing attempts
right.
is not very good.
That's the 8th most passing yards with the most pass attempts in the NFL.
That's not efficient. I think you want to be, obviously you'd want to be flip of that, but you would want the ratio to go more like, hey, we're 11th in the league in passing attempts and 4th in passing yards. Okay, now you're an efficient passing team because you're not doing it in these situations where it's a passing down. Not always third down. Sometimes it's second down, but if it's 2nd and 11 because your running back got stuffed in the backfield, yeah, you're in a passing situation. So I think avoiding those things will make them more efficient. Plus, I think they're going to put up more passing yards because they have a new weapon there that hopefully they figure out how to use him and use Jalen Waddle properly and do it early. That should make the passing game more efficient. So that's what I expect. I expect both of those averages, rushing yards and passing yards, to go up season over season.
So they had 26.8 rushing attempts per game. When I saw that number last night, that actually surprised me a little bit. So I'm like, 27 rush attempts per game does not feel like it was 27 rush attempts per game for 118 yards per game. So you think both of those numbers go up as well, even the rushing attempts?
I don't know if rushing attempts go up, but here's what I think makes that number, why that number is surprisingly high to you. The quarterback was way too many of those.
Oh, that's a good call. Good call.
Right? Where they would run, they'd have 27 carries, but it would be 17 were by running backs, and 10 were Bo taking off running. They have to reduce that. They have to. Think about the play he got hurt on. It was a designed quarterback sweep.
Yeah, to just get a first down, and he was supposed to fall.
Like, why even put him in harm's way like that? Like, if you have a competent running game, that is R.J. Harvey on the pitch, and he's running the ball. All right? Like, I just – part of what makes Bo Nix special is his ability to make plays with his feet. I get that. I don't want to eliminate that, but can we turn it into he's making plays with his feet, extending the play, and getting rid of the ball and throwing it downfield? Can we turn it into, hey, pass protection broke down because they're not going to be perfect, and he has to scramble, and he gets a first down with his feet, and we move the chains? I'm fine with that. I'm not fine if they don't call a single design quarterback run all year.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
Dude, to your point, that's the number, 4.8 rush attempts, 5 rush attempts per game for Bo Nix.
Okay, so they basically average 21, 22 carries a game with
that's
running
more
backs.
what it feels like.
Exactly. That is too low. And I also don't want it to be 13 and 7. Like, somebody in this offense, a back in this offense, needs to flirt with 20 carries a game. It's probably JK, but if it's not, is it RJ? Who is it? Somebody's got to be the quote-unquote workhorse back and kind of get – it's like a boxer, right? You kind of got to get a lather going up.
Yeah,
It's when you 13 carries a game.
Dude, your offensive line needs that same thing from the running back that they know tendencies and trends from.
Correct. Everybody then can kind of get into the flow of the game. When it's one guy gets 13 and one guy gets 8, it's not fair to either guy. No. I think it needs to be, hey, this guy got 20 carries and this guy got 4. That, I think, is the ratio that you're wanting. Who's your guy? Who's your number one guy, and go with him?
That's what I was going to ask you. Would you protect JK at all? If that's the case, because I'm with you. I would love for a running back to be the workhorse, and then there's a change of pace type of player. But if that's going to be J.K. Dobbins, and we're talking about using this guy up, and then we're all crossing our fingers and holding our breaths by Halloween because we don't know where his body is.
I get what you're saying. I feel like it's a little bit like pitch count, right? Like all these teams of, oh, hey, he's got a no-hitter through 7, but he's at 92 pitches, so we got to get him out. Has it prevented any arm injuries?
No, it has not.
I feel like somebody's getting a Tommy John every week.
I tend to be the guy, and I know this is insensitive, and heaven forbid anybody be insensitive in this climate. And maybe I'm the last one living that, I'll be brutally honest, I don't really care about these guys after they're done playing on my favorite team. Right? Like, hey, you play for the Broncos, the Nuggets, or the Avalanche. I don't really care about what happens to the Rockies, but I'll root for them. But if you play for those teams, I love you. When you take that shirt off, good luck. If you check in from time to time, great. Otherwise, I'm not really going to do any searching as to how your life has turned out. I care about you as an athlete, and when that stops, maybe I'm rude, but I don't care about you anymore.
I mean, that sounds harsh, but I'm kind of with you.
I think we all are. We're just saying it out loud.
Yeah, like if J.K. Dobbins is going to have 300 to 350 carries this year, and that's taking a lot of tread off his tires, I don't care.
Right.
I'm not driving on those tires in 4 years.
Did he help the Broncos win the Super Bowl or not?
Right. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying of, hey, you want him to be available in December, January, and February. I don't know that giving him 13 carries a game instead of 18 carries a game is actually going to help with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think there's a little bit too much bubble wrap going on in today's sports world. I think the pitch count thing is the prime example. Like, I mean, Bob Gibson never had to worry about it.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and Nolan Ryan never worried about it. He just went out and threw gas for 9 innings, and then he did it again in 4 days.
They're like, where's my Marlboro Reds in between? That's it.
So I think it's being I think that's an example of teams trying to overthink it. Of like, oh, let's limit the number of times he's out there. I think you're better off being out there and being in the flow of the game instead of, hey, you stood on the sidelines for 20 minutes of real time and now you're back in there having to go full speed. I think that probably adds more of a chance to get injured as opposed to a couple of carries extra a game.
And then the last two more for Davis Webb conversation. Is he a one and done? Do you think this is a one and done? They're going to have so much success that a team's going to come in and poach Davis Webb away, and they're going to pay him to be that, and you can't block anything because now he has his highest elevation. The only thing that can keep Davis Webb here is taking Sean's job. Otherwise, nobody can stop him from leaving.
I think there's a chance he's one and done. But if you're making me predict to see the offensive coordinator next year, I would say yes. And that's not because I don't think he's going to be successful. That's not because I don't think he's going to get some interviews this year. I think he's going to be a little bit in the Ben Johnson mold here.
Okay.
Where, hey, you got a pretty good situation.
Mm-hmm.
You're calling plays for a really good team. You're going to have success. You're going to have chances in future years. You're on the offensive side of the ball, right? It's not like, hey, if you don't take your chance now, you may never get it again. You're working for Sean Payton, a guy who, love him or hate him, has had a lot of success in this league. So you're only going to leave for the perfect situation. So if a bad team, if the Jets fire Aaron Glenn, I'm not taking that job if I'm Davis Webb.
No.
I'm just not.
Mm-hmm.
If a good team happens to move on from their coach and, wow, they got a quarterback and I could go there and have some success, okay, I would go do it. But if I'm Davis Webb, I'm going to be super selective. If I've been at OC for 6 years and I feel like, man, I'm going to turn into the next Eric Bieniemy where I just never get over the hump, maybe I am taking that Jets job. I'm not taking that after a year.
Let the unknown be an advantage of yours.
Right.
The unknown is leverage right now.
I'm going to go be Ben Johnson, take over the Bears, and they have Caleb Williams as their quarterback.
You're tied for like 5 years to that guy.
Take my chances there.
Mm-hmm.
Not great ownership, but it's also it's an organization. It's a blue blood organization. It's not bad ownership, but I'm not going to the Cardinals.
No.
To coach Jacoby Brissett and work for the Bidwells.
Right. Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that. So that's why I think it sort of has to align perfectly of they have to have a really good season offensively. He has to be a hot commodity, which he would be if that happened. And then the right job has to be available. I don't think Davis Webb is jumping at the first job. I think he's smart enough and patient enough to wait for the right job.
See, and I'm with you. If I have to answer today if he's here or not, I think he is here. Again, barring they go on a Super Bowl run and win 13, 14 games again, then you almost have to do it, strike while the iron's hot. But I told Cecil this last week of, you know what I want to do in my life? I want to be employed by the richest people that I can be employed by. And that's what he is right now. So even if they can't elevate his status, they can elevate his bankroll, they can elevate his pay, and they could go, they obviously really like him. Sean made the call, turn the car around, come back. Greg told him to do that. That's hey, I know I can't give you anybody's other job, but we're going to make you the highest paid offensive coordinator in this league until you're ready to move on, or we're ready to move on and give you a new job.
That's a great point. I think the ownership and the organization is such a big factor in it. And I also think when you've been in places where you don't know any better, right? Like if he hadn't been in Denver and hadn't seen what it's like to have that ownership group and the way they're able to spend money, the way they're able to just say, hey, we made a mistake with Russell Wilson, we'll eat it. Hey, we need a new facility, we'll build it. Hey, we need new turf, we'll put new turf down. Like he knows better. So when he goes out and interviews with teams, he's going to be able to sort of, see if they pass the old smell test I'm like, are they going to run it like the Penners, or are they going to run it like somebody else?
You're in a meeting like, so our best player's got a contract for the next 4 years, but it's undervalued. Will you give him $5 million in the offseason? Oh, you won't. You won't do that.
The PS2 thing?
Yeah, right? Like, they just gave him $5 million because they think he's a good player.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that in sports, James. Nobody's doing that in the world. Your
don't.
employee's good, and you gave him $5 million just because.
Most people look at it and go, ha ha.
We got you.
We got one over on you here. We got you at the right time because that was your value then, and now you're underpaid. No, we don't want him to be unhappy. We don't want him to feel like we're taking advantage of him. Here's $5 million.
Yeah.
How many teams do that? Not very many. So I think that's it. I think there's all sorts of things that could go on here. I also think he may not be one and done because there's a decent chance that Sean Payton loses his patience and takes over play calling again.
Yeah.
Would that shock you?
No, not at all. I think there's a 50% chance that happens.
Okay. So if that happens, then Davis Webb's not getting an interview.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a chance this team wins a Super Bowl. And in the Seth Wickersham's article, we heard Sean say, if I win the Super Bowl, I'm walking off into the sunset.
He said I could walk away.
Now, I know he just signed a new deal. He'll have 4 years left on his contract. If he wins the Super Bowl, his mission is accomplished. I wouldn't begrudge him if he decides, I'm going to go live in Malibu.
Yeah.
See ya. Well, then Davis Webb becomes the most likely candidate to become the head coach here. There's 3 or 4 scenarios that say, well, he's going to stay here. There really is only one that says he leaves, and that's the perfect storm. And how often does the perfect storm come along?
Not very often. I wonder if Mama Payton has anything to say about, like, you're leaving how much money on the table? You're going to stay employed, sir.
Yeah. And you know what? I kind of like that you're gone a lot.
Right, yeah. Annoy him. No, don't bring that to my house.
Yeah. I sat next to you at a Nuggets game when you were explaining things to Russell Wilson.
Yeah. You see, if they don't get it up before 8 seconds, Russ, that's called a half-court violation. You imagine that kind of nonsense.
Goodness.
I want to talk some Nuggets with you, but first, got to tell everybody, you should know by now that Garth Brooks is coming to Denver. The Blame It All on My Roots Arena Tour hits Ball Arena September 4th and 5th. You do not want to miss it. General tickets are going to go on sale this Friday, July 31st at 10 a.m., but best part, we're giving you a shot to win tickets right here, right now. Just head to the DenverSports app and enter for your chance to win. Don't have the app yet? What are you doing? Change that. Time to download it and get entered, and we'll see you at the show. Garth Brooks is going to be a big deal coming up in September. You're going to want to be there.
Garth Brooks Live is amazing.
Did you go to the last one at Mile High?
I saw him at Mile High. I saw him in Lincoln, Nebraska.
What?
90,000 people.
Damn.
Which was very cool. I also saw him at Ball Arena back when he did that thing where he was there for like 5 straight nights and he had 2 or 3 shows a night.
Yeah.
It was amazing. I tend to look at it with music, like the smaller the venue, the more intimate the venue, the better the concert is. So if I had to rank them, I would say Garth at Ball Arena was better.
Really?
So yeah, that's gonna be a hot ticket.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get those. So hopefully you're locked in on Friday or just rocking with us and trying to get your chance on the Denver Sports app.
I've never heard anybody in my life kind of sound envious that I said I was in Lincoln, Nebraska.
I know. I was actually about to be like, dang, that's like the coolest thing Nebraska can ever offer.
It was really cool.
It's a Garth Brooks show.
Lincoln's not a bad town. I mean, the rest of the state's kind of thumbs down.
I've only been to Lake McConaughey, and I love it up there.
Lake McConaughey,
I love
cool.
it up there.
Lincoln, it's a college town. It's fun. You can go to the Haymarket area. You know, they got all the restaurants and pubs and stuff like that. It's not bad. It's not bad.
I'll go to. I've been saying forever that I'm going to go watch the Hoosiers play basketball at Nebraska, and I've never done it.
You should go watch them play football there.
Oh, and beat the crap out of the Cornhuskers?
Yeah.
Dude, family trip. That's a great plan.
Doing this job and just growing up here, and I grew up in a sports crazed family, like had the opportunity to fortunately be at some cool sporting events. There is not much better than walking out of Memorial Stadium with my boys after the Buffs just beat the Huskers.
Oh yeah,
because I've walked out of that. I've walked out of that stadium so many times as the loser.
Right.
I was there when their kicker Henry, I forget, Alex Henry, made a 57-yarder to beat the Buffs. It just felt like just talk about a kick in the you-know-what. To walk out of that place after a win. And you know what? You don't even really have to say anything. You just got your Buffs gear on, so you'd have your Hoosiers gear on, and you're just kind of grinning. And all of a sudden, oh, the greatest fans in the world, and they're so friendly. Yeah, they're friendly because they win 94% of their home games. I'd be friendly too. They weren't so friendly when we won.
Yeah, I bet you had some interesting things to say.
Yeah, exactly. So it was fun. Your team would probably win there.
Oh, beat them up is what it would be.
Yeah, it's
So
pretty
much fun.
simple. I win. Google me.
That's right. There's our coach right there. I actually just, the missus just did like a birthday post for me or whatever. And a lot of it was our time in Indiana. I went to the Big Ten championship game. I didn't have money for Rose Bowl or Natty or any of that, but I got to go see the Big Ten championship and seeing like just that you have kids and they're sports people. I didn't realize, I was having fun. Like, dude, the moments of like me embracing, they win the Big Ten championship. Then me and all my uncles like hugging it out. And like,
yeah,
I didn't really remember in the moment. And then seeing the picture of like, holy cow, I got to be with my uncles and dad when the Hoosiers won the Big Ten championship for the first time.
So
ever,
cool.
Outright.
It's fantastic. So like, and it's a great place to watch a football game. They do have awesome fans. Their team is pretty mediocre now, and there's still 90,000 plus people. The environment, there's 150,000 people down by the stadium.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's just crazy. You can walk out.
And they all hang out there still?
Yeah.
What?
You can walk out of the game and go like to the Haymarket area, and they have some of those places a little bit like McGregor Square, where they have the huge TV, and it's just packed like while the game's going on.
That's insane.
Like it's a cool place to go to a game. The only thing that makes it perfect is when your team wins and you get to see all those Husker fans with their stupid corn hat on and they're sad.
Their faces painted yellow.
Oh, it's so great.
Their makeup's running with the yellow stains.
So great.
from the
And this
crying.
makes me probably a bad person, but like watching like a 10-year-old Nebraska fan cry just makes me feel so good.
Dude, I love it when they show kids crying on the TV. It is awesome. I'm like, because I was that kid. I was so involved in sports that like I would cry when my team would lose. And, do I cry now? Maybe, depending on the, height of the game. But I love when they show a college crying kid. Give me that, because they're over 18. I'm like, ooh, I can roast you because you're an adult and you're crying at this. I love it.
And I'll roast you if you're 10. The 62-36 game, though, see you beat Nebraska up there, and they show the kid
t-shirt.
crying.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's better than the 6 touchdowns. Like Chris Brown, I think that's the 6 touchdowns. That was awesome. The only thing that made me mad about that game? It's 62-36. The Buffs have like 1st and goal at the 3, and they take a knee.
Ooh, score it.
Hang 70 on them.
Yeah.
That team has come in and beat you so many times over the history of your program. They rub it in. They're the ones that didn't vote for you, and that's why you wound up with shared national title instead of an actual national title. You have a chance to put up 70 on them. You score and you go for 2.
Yeah.
That's what I would have done.
Dude, I'm in the business of embarrassing anybody. And if it's somebody I know, I want to embarrass them even more. So like, the little coaching fraternity. Remember when the Broncos were getting beat by the Dolphins and McDaniels didn't want to do it? Put it foot on the throat, because it's a fraternity and you're never going to get that opportunity again.
Well, in the McDaniels one, they got a chance to set the all-time record for points in a game.
It would have been 77?
It would have been 73 had they kicked the field goal.
The field goal, that's right.
Because it was 70-20. Now look, if I'm McDaniel in that situation, I'm not calling a timeout so I can kick the field goal. But it's 4th down, the clock is running, we have to run a play. It's the natural progression of the game. I'm kicking the field goal. I don't think you have to apologize for that. And as a opposing coach, I'm more insulted that you took a knee and just showed mercy than you just played the game. Just play it straight up.
Because now you're like, we were going to take it easy on you.
Right.
It's salt in the wound is what it is.
It's same with the Buffs, right? Like, I'm not going to take a knee and give up, but I'm also not going to call timeouts and take 4 shots into the end zone. But I'm going to hand the ball to Chris Brown, see if you can finally tackle him.
I think style points matter at all times. You should always be winning and looking good and winning as much as you can.
I don't have a problem with it. It's the old Jimmy Johnson thing when he was at Miami and they're still throwing the ball. He's like, why am I telling the 3rd string guy he has to just hand off?
Right.
Like, hey, Notre Dame, if you can't stop our 3rd string, that's your problem.
This is what we do over here.
It's not my problem.
One of our RamosLaw.com texters says, don't sleep on Omaha, has the Little League World Series as well. I don't know that I'm going anywhere to watch Little League Baseball. I'm not going to travel to watch Little League Baseball unless my nephew's playing it.
They have the College World Series in Omaha.
Oh, I would do the college. Well, again, same thing. I don't really care that much
Isn't
about.
the Little League World Series in Pennsylvania? Isn't it Williamsport?
Maybe they're thinking of. I think you're right. They got it backwards. Yeah, College World Series.
And it would be fun. It's a summertime thing to do. So it's not going to be, because Omaha in the winter, you want no part of it.
That's that snow crap we were talking about.
Exactly. If you're going to go watch Indiana play the Huskers, You want that game to be before Halloween.
Okay.
Omaha for the College World Series would be all right. Omaha as a town, though, it's not near as cool as Lincoln.
No. Yeah, I don't know. Traveling to watch baseball is probably not something I'm ever going to do in my life. I don't prioritize baseball enough for that.
If Indiana was in the College World Series, that would be fun.
Yeah, because then I'd have a dog in the fight.
Yeah, I'm not going to go just to watch.
But I don't know. I had to break the bank to get to the Big Ten championship game. I'm not doing that for baseball. Just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm probably with you. If Colorado made the Big 12 title game, I would. If they went to a playoff game, that'd be pretty tempting.
Look, if the bus went to anything not the Alamo Bowl, I think we'd all lose our freaking minds.
Yeah.
I'd chalk up some money to get there, too.
Exactly.
It's a road trip for us or something. All right, we didn't get to the Spencer Jones news, but I want to. Let's talk about it. He's back. Oklahoma City tried to steal him away. The Nuggets say not so fast. Thunder, what's it mean for their cap and their rotation? We'll tell you next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
The Drive is heading to Saddle Rock Golf Course July 31st from 2 to 6 p.m. Join Zach By and Philip Lindsay at the former home of the Colorado Open. Breathtaking panoramic views and an unforgettable course layout. The Drive, live at Saddle Rock Golf Course, July 31st.
You missed it? No worries. Santiago's is giving you a second chance to grab a free unfinished business training camp t-shirt. Head to eatatsantiagos.com to find out which select Santiago's locations will be handing out 50 additional tees on the house while supplies last. But just like a good Santiago's breakfast burrito, they won't last long. Locations, dates, and times are all at eatatsantiagos.com. Fresh burritos and free gear? That's a win-win. Santiago's, faithfully authentic.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone therapy and stay with it for 90 days earn $250. So if you're over 40 with low energy, sex drive, not feeling yourself, don't stay that way. Low T Center is raising the T of American patriots from sea to shining sea. Come celebrate 250 years of America with Low T Center's 250 for 250 deal, because bringing back energy and vitality of your youth is worth celebrating. Go to fixmylowt.com to book a free tea test. That's fixmylowt.com. Offer ends July 31st. Terms and conditions apply.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Whatever the forecast, aches and pains can cloud up a perfect day. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours of pain relief. So you're ready for sunny skies ahead. Use as directed.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's talk a little Nuggets, the situation they find themselves in with Spencer Jones. Before we do that, remind everybody that your next chance at our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts is coming up Thursday from noon to 1. We'll be hanging out, giving them away at the International Hot Tub Store located at 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. Only can grab one per person while supplies last, and those babies go quick. So get there early, get in line, and get your shirt so you can come out to camp and rock with us. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. We'll be near you soon, but you want to get that before Friday so that if you got those early tickets, you can come and hang out with the crew. Am I the only one that still thinks when I hear the word hot tub, I go, can I get a hot tub? Remember the commercials?
Yeah.
You just fall into their living room? That's all I think about when I make that read, that commercial.
I just think about, hey, if I'm going to have to be here when the weather's bad, there really is nothing better than sitting in a hot tub while it's snowing.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
That's a good evening right there.
The walk back into the house is a little chilly.
Yeah, that stinks.
But the juice is worth the squeeze.
Like, we talked about earlier with the cold wet. Like, I'm not going to go skiing. I'm not going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I will go up to the ski resort and hang out,
Just hang out in the lodge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll be in here where it's warm and they have food and drinks.
Yeah.
You guys go out there.
I like the whole après ski thing
Yeah.
and then the whole hot tub thing while it's snowing outside. I'm down with that.
See, the appeal of snowboarding as I've gotten older and am now scared to do the things I did as a 20-year-old of like, I used to just go to the hill and hit the terrain park and then hike back up or just take the lift and do the terrain park.
Right.
I'm not doing any of that now.
No.
I got to work. I got to play golf. I can't hurt my wrist.
Well, and you don't want to catch an edge, fall, and then you look like
Yeah, and
me
I got a
with
cast.
this cast for 6 weeks.
And some gnarly scars that you were
Oh,
just showing us.
yeah, it's pretty gross.
Intense there. All right, so good stuff. Don't forget, those shirts coming up on Thursday over at International Hot Tubs. We'd love to see you out there. Spencer Jones, over the weekend, James, he was offered a 2-year, $12 million contract from Oklahoma City. He's a restricted free agent, so that meant that the Nuggets had a window to match. I did not think they were going to match at all. I literally chalked this up of like, Spencer's gone. They're just trying to stay under the second apron, as is every NBA team. So I went, well, there's a 3-and-D guy that's gone. Is he the best 3-and-D guy in the league? No. Is he a top 10 3-and-D guy in the league? No, he's not that either. But is he a good fit for the Denver Nuggets? I think he is. And at $6 million to get a 3-and-D guy at that little rate, I know the Nuggets are tied with their finances. It's actually a good contract for a guy like Spencer Jones that in a perfect world, he's probably like your 8th or 9th guy off the bench. We're not living in a perfect world in Denver now, but that's what it would be like. So I'm not mad at the deal. I like what Spencer can be. I just go, all right, so did you get yourself into the second apron for Spencer Jones, or are you now showing us that, oh, you're also going to sign Payton Watson? That qualifying offer is still out there. Spencer and Payton would be making the same money if Payton Watson picks up this $6 million qualifying offer. It would count as $13 million to the Nuggets cap. So it's actually an additional $7 million. But if we're just going to spend the Cronkies' money because it's not ours, let's spend the Cronkies' freaking money, right? If you're already dipping your toe into the second apron, why not go all the way in? Why not now tell, I said this last week, why not now tell Payton Watson, hey, we're already into the second apron. That qualifying offer is what we want you to have. We're going to get you back for a year. You can help us chase another championship and earn your unrestricted status. The next year, we don't have to match. We don't even get the chance to match. You can leave on June 30th and never come back.
Yeah, I saw that today that he's considering doing that.
That's because he doesn't. It's either that, hope that the Clippers can sign and trade for you, hope that the Hawks can sign and trade for you, and with this Spencer Jones deal, it makes the Nuggets' ability to sign and trade even more strict.
But it's a 1-year, $6 million deal, betting on himself that he's going to go get 25 plus next year per year.
Mm-hmm.
The Nuggets, I think what they said was the range that they talked about was 4 years, $70 million.
That was their first offer. They said no to that quickly. The Nuggets added another 10 to it. They're at 480 right now.
Okay, look, I'm no math whiz, but if you're offering me 4 years, $80 million, or 1 year for $6 million, I get it. He thinks he's going to go get 4 years and $100.
Yeah, they're probably telling him like 120.
I'll take the $80 million.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the bird in the hand rather than the two that are maybe in the bush, maybe they're not.
And by the way, James, if he is who he thinks he is, you would be finishing up that $80 million contract at 27 years old, reaching your peak as an athlete. And what's the market then if you are who you think you are?
I just think it's too big of a risk, especially for a guy who's, and I know there haven't been major injuries, but he's had the hamstring injuries, the issues. I would think that his time here as a restricted free agent has showed him maybe the market isn't quite as strong for me as I thought it was. I know that a lot of teams can't even get into the game because of cap restrictions and all the rest of it, but maybe I'm not a 5-year, $120 million guy. Take the 4 years, $80 million. You've had 16 good games. Like, what are we doing here? That just is crazy to me. The Spencer Jones thing, it surprised me too. I did not think they were going to match it. I'm not so sure this now means, hey, they're gonna re-sign Payton Watson. He's back. They're gonna run it back. I looked at it and said, well, does this mean it's now sign and trade with Payton Watson? Does this mean Cam Johnson is going somewhere because they got to do something else to get below the apron and cut the tax that they're getting? I think that's more likely than, hey, they're all in on running it back. I just don't know that that's how we should read this.
But also with the Cam Johnson thing, because the LeBron thing took forever, and Peyton and LeBron are both represented by Clutch. That's bigger priority, obviously, in the financial situation Denver was in. Are there teams knocking on the door now to go get Cam Johnson? Hasn't everybody kind of made their moves and put themselves in the positions that they think they're going to be in for the upcoming season?
I think your options are a lot less now than they were. I think there were a lot of teams that were kind of sitting around waiting on what's going to happen with LeBron. I mean, just think about the teams that were involved, right? Supposedly involved. It's Miami, it's Golden State. Well, now those teams, just like Denver was kind of held hostage, which is kind of silly in hindsight. Well, they were too, so now the rest of the dominoes can fall. The Nuggets thing too, by the way, LeBron. Like, they're kind of turning into the Rockies, where they like tell us that they were involved with some big-time free agent and we just missed out. Like, they weren't the bride. They weren't the maid of honor.
Mm-mm.
They weren't a bridesmaid. They didn't get invited to the bachelorette party. I think they maybe got to sit on the bride's side at the church.
Sure.
That's what the Nuggets were in this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think anybody telling us anything other than that is just carrying water for the organization.
They're the mutants at Table 9, a wedding singer. The Denver Nuggets at Table 9.
Yeah.
And I feel this way of like, I'm happy that the Nuggets showed us they're willing to go into the second apron. Then the other part of me goes, so wait up, did we just go into the second apron for Spencer Jones? Because if you're telling me we get to September or October, September when camp goes and October when they're getting in regular season games, and they're in the second apron and you have Spencer and Payton on your roster, but it's only this short little 2-year deal for Spencer and the 1-year qualifying offer for Payton, I actually think right now, with what we have in front of us, that's best case scenario. 1-year deal for Payton Watson. I'm honestly not that interested in giving Payton Watson 4 years, $80 million, and being in these same financial handcuffs that they're in for the foreseeable future for Payton freaking Watson. He's just not good enough in my mind.
I'm with you. I think if they do, I think it has a chance of turning into a contract that they're going to regret a little bit, like CB's deal.
Zignaji, CB, Payton Watson, and there's a line here that we can follow.
Yeah, they tend to try to be ahead of it. You know, they were even with MPJ.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day with Jokic, like they would try and give deals a little bit ahead of time. So, yeah, okay, I'm with you. Is he worth 4 years, $80 million? No, he's not. Not off of a really good 16-game stretch. I just worry about with Payton Watson. If you go back to the playoffs, and there was every game it was, is Payton Watson going to play? And it was like, no, he's shutting it down because he's got $100 million sitting out there. Well, first of all, he didn't have $100 million
Right.
sitting out there. But the other part of it is, if he comes back for 1 year, and then he's an unrestricted free agent, and he thinks he's going to get $120 million, how many games are you getting out of Payton Watson this year?
I mean, will he get to the 65 that requires for awards? Not that he's going to win it, but that's kind of the mark of you played a good season with 65 or more games.
I would take the under on that.
I would too.
And I think come playoff time, if he's not 100% healthy, is he worried about the Nuggets and maximizing their postseason opportunity, or is he worried about his contract he's signing in June and July?
I think it'd be human nature to worry about that contract
I
because
agree.
I'd do it too.
I'm not being critical of him. I just think that's the reality of it. Like, we sit here and we talk about it. Well, you can have him for 1 year for $6 million. What a deal. Yeah, except you're not really going to get him. You're going to get a guy who's just biding his time for a year until he can go out and get the contract he wants.
Yeah.
You're going to get the bare minimum from Payton Watson. You just are.
I wouldn't do it. I like the qualifying offer. I know it's going to hurt them, but they're already in the second apron. Run it back with this group and let them show they deserve those. He specifically deserves a long-term contract for the Denver Nuggets. All right, quick timeout. Got a couple little news and notes to jump around with you, James, around the NFL. An update on Patrick Mahomes and will he'll be for Week 1 against the Broncos. And I got a Hard Knocks question for you, James. The Seahawks will be on it. Does the defending Super Bowl champ make Hard Knocks more appealing, or is that ship sailed? We'll answer that next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets' offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Colorado Summer's calling, and Siltahar Motors has the lineup to answer. During the Ford Summer Sales Event, Bronco Sport, F-150, and Ranger are all on sale. 0% financing available, no payments for 90 days. Not ready for new? Siltahar's certified pre-owned vehicles are inspected, warranted, and backed by a 5-day exchange. Plus, get top value for your trade-in. Trails, towing, mountain roads, the vehicle that fits how Colorado lives. Family owned for 66 years, sthmotors.com or Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
House calls? It's 2026. Doctors and lawyers don't make house calls anymore, right? Not true, actually. At 303-LAW-4040, we always tell you about how we want to meet with you in person. Now, generally that means, yes, you come and meet my lovely wife, Kimberly, and I in our Denver Tech Center offices. But sometimes you're hurt, you're seriously injured. You're either still in the hospital or you can't move around, you don't have a car yet. And it's important to get a plan in place quickly when these things happen. So we'll come out, we'll do a house call. Heck, we had one house call recently. The dog came out and took a little ride in the DeLorean. It was fantastic. I'll bring the DeLorean to the house, but we're here to help. And actually, my lovely wife, Kimberly, says that's one of the best parts of the job is when we get to spend time together in somebody's living room, helping them out as they're in a tough spot because they were injured in an accident. So if you need us, go ahead, save that number in your phone, 303-LAW-4040. That's 303-LAW-4040.
What's going on, guys? Philip Lindsay here, and I know there's at least 50 of you listening to me right now who are thinking about popping that question. And if you're ready for all that, you know you need a diamond. So let me save you time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it's going to begin. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their service is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest loose diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, in the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers. Located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Nizzi, when you step through one of those doors.
Switching your account numbers is hard. Being forced to switch, even worse. That's why at Belco Credit Union, we want to pay you to switch. From June 1st to August 31st, we're offering a $300 bonus when you open a new checking account with a qualifying direct deposit of $500 or more. They changed your account number. You can change who you bank with. Go to belco.org/switch for full offer details. Insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Conditions and restrictions apply. Belco. Banking for everyone.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, hanging out with my buddy James Marilat. He's sitting in for Cecil today. Cecil's going to be back tomorrow. Don't worry. He's back tomorrow, just taking care of some business today. Do you want to tell everybody Garth Brooks coming to Denver? He's got the Blame It All on My Roots Arena Tour hitting Ball Arena, not too far off, September 4th and 5th. You don't want to miss it. General tickets are going to go on sale this Friday, July 31st at 10 a.m. But the best part is we're going to give you a shot to win tickets via our app. Head to the Denver Sports app, enter for your chance to win. It's as simple as that. Don't have the app and love Garth? Well, simple math there. Download the app. It's free. Download it, get entered, and hopefully we will see you at the show. Free Garth Brooks tickets, easy for me to say, is probably going to go a long way.
Yeah, man, I'm going to go download the app.
Yeah, hopefully we can get in on it, right?
Are we eligible? Those would be, in all honesty, those would be great tickets to get. He puts on a phenomenal show. Ball Arena is a great place to watch him. It's a little smaller venue than the stadiums, so those will be a hot ticket. That would be a ton of fun.
When he was at Mile High, I went with some work people. They were being weird, so we left to go back up to the 500s. Old work friend, I'm not going to say his last name, but Ken, who you know as well.
Okay.
I'll tell you on the break.
Yeah.
Weird guy. Real weird guy. There's some stuff now that I'm remembering that you're going to know. They were getting a little too friendly, and I'm like, let's leave these guys. Went up to the 500s with the real folks and partied our faces off. Had fun.
It's a good time. The people, like the vibe is just great. Everybody's in a good mood. Like if you go to a Garth Brooks, actually if you go to any of those kind of concerts, like if you're at Morgan Wallen and you're getting into it with people, like
what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Right.
So I had that happen. This is like story time today.
At Morgan Wallen?
Yeah.
Really?
Not this year, last year.
All right.
Right? So I'm wearing, and not cowboy boots, but like boots, right? And jeans and stuff. And so I'm coming back through the aisle, and I'm like sitting in seat 8. And the guy sitting in seat 2 just leaves his beer sitting on the ground. Doesn't pick it up, doesn't put it in the cup holder, just leaves it just sitting there.
Yeah, right through the walkway.
Yeah, so I'm like shuffling, right? Because he doesn't get out of the way. He just backs up a little bit. I'm like shuffling, and I kick his beer. I feel bad. I don't want to kick his beer. And he's just instantly on me like it's my fault.
Yeah.
Like, you have 2 hands. Pick up your beer and hold it while I'm coming through here. Had he been cool about it, I would have gone and bought him a replacement beer.
Right.
But if you're going to be a jerk about it, I'm not. So I didn't.
I don't blame you.
And we had some words.
Yeah. I could probably see you doing that. That's not too hard to imagine.
That's right on, very on brand.
All right, I got a couple little NFL news and notes. One, the first thing is that Mahomes was cleared over the weekend, a full go. No questions in camp, so that means no questions for week 1 against Denver on September 14th. And you know what? I want it that way. I don't want the Chiefs week 1. That would just kill the buzz that is. Give me that full team versus our full team, and let's figure out who's going to look good right out of the gates to win the AFC West.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't want to play backup quarterbacks. That doesn't do much for me. I want to take on the Chiefs at Arrowhead with Patrick Mahomes behind center. I mean, look, he's cleared for practice. He's cleared to be at training camp. It's a controlled environment. There still is the step of being cleared to be hit, and then there's the final step. Unfortunately, I know too much about this. Yeah. There's the final step of, hey, when you have to make a juke move, like an unplanned cut, that's actually the last step. So, I mean, if they were playing tomorrow, if they're playing tonight, a Monday night game, would he be on the field? My guess is yes, but he's not quite ready to be out there fully cleared to play and have contact. But can he go out and throw passes at training camp? Sure, he's more than ready to do that.
Well, and I said it right when we figured out, all right, this is the opening game. I love the idea that Nick Benito's just living rent-free in the back of Patrick Mahomes' head from now until September 14th, when Nick finally gets his hands on him, of going, oh, they have an all-defensive player of the year type of guy on the edge over there, and I'm coming off of an injury, and I've never been hit post-injury like this. Yeah, I'm terrified of Nick Benito, and he's just living in Pat's head.
Without a doubt. And, do you think he'll play in a preseason game?
Benito?
No, Mahomes.
I do think he'll take a little sample size of a series or two.
My guess is he will too. If I were Andy Reid or, Clark Hunt or anybody in that organization, I would not want the first live action that Patrick Mahomes takes post-injury to be the first snap with Nick Benito
just
coming
get that thought out of your head. Yeah,
just go out there.
That's
and
smart.
You can call the plays in the first drive of a preseason game to keep him out of harm's way. Of if the right tackle misses his block, just throw it into the dirt.
Right.
We don't care.
Right.
Take the penalty.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Right? All those kind of things. So my guess is he would, but it won't shock me. One, if he's not cleared until then for contact, because to go on the field in a preseason game, even though you can avoid contact, you still would have to be cleared for it in case it did happen.
Still a chance.
So to me, the best case scenario, because I do want Patrick Mahomes to play in that game. The best case scenario, though, is he doesn't play any preseason, and the first live action he sees is the opening play against the Broncos defense.
Now, that's like Nick Benito and Alex just saying, like Zach Allen just said, haven't been hit yet. You know, the things they get to say to him pre-game and pre-first snap would
exactly
be interesting.
That would be ideal.
Can't wait for that. So, in a weird way, I'm actually happy that Patrick Mahomes is clear and ready to go. All right, the other thing, I saw this on Pro Football Talk. Now, I've gotten off of Hard Knocks. I used to be a real big fan of Hard Knocks. And now I don't know. It doesn't – I'll catch it if it's on. It's like HBO on Tuesday nights at 8 o'clock. And if I'm sitting at home on Tuesday at 8 o'clock, I'm like, oh, Hard Knocks is on. I'll flip it over. But I don't really go out of my way. Does that change because of defending Super Bowl champs on it? The Seattle Seahawks are going to be on Hard Knocks. Mike McDonald's talking about how we're proud of what we are. We're going to show the right things. Do you care about Hard Knocks? And if the answer is no, does this team make you care anymore at all?
No.
No to both?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I'm done with Hard Knocks. I would watch it like if I happen
How did it lose so much luster?
I just think everything's a little harder to find now. Right, so I think when you open up Prime now, I think some HBO shows can come up on there if you have HBO or HBO Max or whatever. But, you're not just clicking around on, Xfinity like you used to, and there it was. So it's like, it's I got to kind of go out of my way to find it, and I'm just never really thinking about it in that way. Plus, they all kind of became the same when teams knew, all right, we're on it. Let's have it very controlled. When the Texans were on and J.J. Watt was out there doing very scripted, very Russell Wilson-esque, putting in the extra work kind of stuff, it's kind of when I lost it. But it's more based on, give me some personalities. When it was the Lions and it was Dan Campbell, that was fun.
Yeah.
That was a ton of fun.
He's crazy.
I didn't watch last year. I like Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson and the Bears, I think that was last season's one, kind of lost it for me. The fact that they added an in-season one, it's too much. Mm-hmm. It's like when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was just on Thursday nights. You had to tune in.
Yeah.
Once they had it on every single night, I'm good. If I miss Regis tonight, I'll catch him tomorrow.
Yep.
And then you end up not watching him at all. So I think it's got to be a little bit less. Like, don't give me the behind-the-scenes stuff all the time. and then you got to have somebody that's a great personality. Like, who would that be? Jameis was fascinating to watch. Yeah. And so wherever that's what they ought to do. Just where's Jameis this year? That's
just
the team that we should follow. But like the Giants would be interesting with Jackson Dart and Scattaboo and all the rest of that stuff. I just don't know that.
Wasn't that the last appeal was who the Giants general manager, right, on Hard Knocks devalued Saquon Barkley right there on camera.
Right. So like, okay, that stuff's good. Seattle's a really good team. They're kind of boring.
Yeah. Oh, great. Tell me more about Sam Darnold, please.
Right.
I guess JSN's cool, but that's kind of it.
He's a great player, but like I don't know anything about him personality-wise. Like, is he a great character? They don't have any crazy guys on there. It's like, I got to see what he's going to say, what he's going to do. They don't have anybody like that.
You guys into Hard Knocks at all? Does it matter to you at all?
I mean, I love Hard Knocks, but I think the other thing is when Peyton Manning put out the show quarterback and wide and receiver.
Oh, yeah.
You put out all the episodes at once, I think.
I don't know. I never watched it.
Yeah, they do.
So it's like you watch everything right at once. Maybe Hard Knocks, it's today's public doesn't want to hear one episode here. Wait 1 week and watch one episode. This ain't the 90s anymore.
They just want the news dump.
We want all four or five episodes right now. You know, like the Giants one, I loved because it was the off season. You learned free agency, you learned the draft. You were kind of in the war room at times. The Seahawks, they already won the Super Bowl. I want a team that's on the verge of getting to a Super Bowl, and maybe you follow them through the whole year, not just training camp.
Alex. Oh, sorry, James.
No, go ahead, Alex.
Well, yeah, the only thing I was going to add, because I like what James was saying, is how, sometimes there's like, you can't find it or whatever. I think we're in a social media era where you can almost find anything that's happening with a team. And back then, Hard Knocks was cool because this was one of your only insights to a football team. Now you can go on social media and tweet and try to find something, and you're going to get whatever you may be looking for. So I think that's kind of why it's lost a bit of its luster. I think I'd rather watch quarterback or receiver before I watch Hard Knocks. I feel like that's a better dive into a team.
See, and I haven't checked those shows out specifically. I got to watch those shows to see how different it is than what Hard Knocks used to be for us.
Yeah, and I mean, I just think it's a non-interesting team. And I know we know more about the Broncos than we do the Seahawks, so this may be unfair to say, but I think Denver would be fascinating. It's a team that had a chance to go to the Super Bowl last year, lost their quarterback, so they're still trying to get over that hump. Like, part of it is the team that's struggling to get there. That's more interesting to me than the team that's trying to stay there. So the Broncos would be fascinating. Bo Nix coming off the injury, new offensive coordinator. Sean Payton might have a couple lattes, and who knows what he's going to say. You know, you could have the whole episode when Kay Adams comes into town and he says things he shouldn't say. Like, that would be – Sean's a wild card. Sean would make that interesting because who knows what he would say. You know, he would run Luka Evans out of town.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, you know, there'd be all sorts of things going on.
Yeah.
And there are other teams that would fall into that category too, but I don't think Seattle's particularly interesting. What's the storyline with that team that you're like, I got to know that one?
I don't know, yeah. Sam Darnold's not interesting at all. JSN's, there's some unknown, but I think he's a cool guy. If you're doing the show for the coach, you're doing the show for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, like the Patriots would be interesting if they would let us know what's really going on with the coach.
Yeah. All right, fun stuff. Hard Knocks, yay or nay. Tell us, will you or won't you watch it? I want to get into hour number 4, talking about bringing someone back. If you could bring a former Denver athlete back to help a current Denver team, who would it be? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit 1 per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975 in Boulder, has a championship-level lineup ready for you to test drive and take home today. They currently have specials on both the BMW X3 and X5 models. The BMW X3 model is a luxury compact SUV that offers balanced handling and a powertrain variety. The BMW X5 model is a high-performance powerhouse luxury model that offers you a thrilling driving experience. They also have a great pre-owned BMW lineup as well. Schedule your test drive today. Go to GebhardtBMW.com.
Gebhardt BMW, your trusted family dealership since 1975.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or AdvancedHair.com.
Colorado's 150th birthday. What do you even get the state that has everything? Wildflowers, sunshine, 4 seasons in a single day? Seems like that's covered. How about the new 150th birthday scratch game from the Colorado Lottery? It's loaded with $150 prizes for you and helps give back to Colorado's great outdoors. Happy birthday, old buddy. Don't remember you celebrating my birthday, but I guess you're the big shot here. New 150th birthday scratch. Must be 18 to play.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Lunch hits different with us. You're locked into KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. This is Dover and Cecil, brought to you by Wayback Burgers. Denver Sports 104.3 The
We're hanging out with you guys until 2 o'clock. At 2, we'll get out of the way. The Drive will come in here, and they'll get you home. For you late starters, second shifters, we've got Denver Sports tonight. So we're live, we're local. We're talking about all the things you're talking about right here on The Fan from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every single day. All right, I thought we could have a little bit of fun. Text line was good at it earlier, so we'll give you guys a bit more room here today and get caught up with those. If you could add one former player, former Bronco, former Nugget, Rocky, maybe it's just a former player that you always thought, man, that would be a great fit for these teams here in the Mile High City. Who would it be? If you got one for each, that's great. If you got one that's just sticking out for you, share it with us. 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Put your name on the end of your text. Get your text read faster. Or over on YouTube, youtube.com/DenverSports, where I'm seeing the crew over there. Claymore's getting after it. Tony's in there. Seeing a few of you guys in the Tribe chat room, fueled by Champ Honda. So you can answer the question over there as well. We didn't talk too much about the Rockies earlier. But, I mean, pitchers, right? If you could replace Kyle Freeland or Michael Lorenzen with any good pitcher from the past, this Rockies team might be flirting with 50 wins already at this point.
Yeah, if you could put Ubaldo in his prime.
Yeah.
Jorge De La Rosa.
Yeah, little Jorge De La Rosa.
I also like this team, and they've been fine bullpen-wise, but
heck, Marquez from a couple years ago was a stud. Remember him?
And when they were really good, they had guys that, hey, if they had a lead going into the seventh inning, it was this guy in the seventh, this guy in the eighth, and it was Houston Street in the ninth or whatever. Like I would bring back some of those guys that made the bullpen better. But when I think Rockies, I'm not typically going back other than Ubaldo, thinking pitcher. I would just rather see Cargo playing right field. Yeah, I'd rather see Nolan playing third base. You can give me Todd at first base.
Yeah.
I mean, just too low at shortstop. But Nolan Arenado's the best player in the history of the organization. He was a Gold Glover for like 8 straight years. He was an MVP candidate every single year.
10 years in a row.
He was maybe more entertaining in the field than he was at the plate.
Yeah.
And he was a great hitter. Like, that guy was so good, and I know it ended badly here. And really, he hasn't gone on and done much in St. Louis. I mean, kind of that team's turned into a bit of an afterthought. So it's not like he's having all this postseason success. It's like he just kind of disappeared off our radar. But Nolan was so good here. That'd be the Rocky I'd want to bring back first and foremost. But I got a Bronco I thought of that I forgot last time.
Who is it?
And they do, it's like, okay, how do we jumpstart this running game? How do we bring a big play guy to this offense? TD was amazing. TD's a Hall of Famer. TD's the best back in the history of the organization. But the best home run hitter, Clinton Portis.
Oh, wow.
You add Clinton Portis to this offense.
Plus the character. We just talked about characters.
Man, that guy. And look, the trade for Champ was great. They got a Hall of Fame cornerback in the deal. But Clinton Portis' 2-year run here as the Broncos running back was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
That guy at the 5-touchdown game against Kansas City, like, he was awesome. What a great weapon he would be in Sean Payton's offense, and how much of a help would he be to Bo Nix as he tries to continue to evolve as a quarterback? Give me CP in the backfield.
That's a great answer. And like I said, the character that he was with the boa and the stuff, and then I had learned, and I think you were part of that, he did a radio interview at the place we used to work where he was telling us about, like, the situations he was in real life that nobody knew about, like people extorting him, holding him hostage at certain situations for like money stuff and the things that were going on in his real life. And then he's showing up on Sundays playing the way he was playing. It's like, how the hell are you turning it on and off like that? It's like more respect to what he was doing with the Broncos, because he had some real life issues in Denver.
Oh, without a doubt. And
some bad people around him threatening him with some things that were not good.
There was the hungover game where Shannon Sharp basically was like, dude, you're playing. Like, that's how you want to spend your Saturday night? That's fine, but you're going to play.
Yeah.
So go get it out of your system.
Clint Port's a great one.
However, you got to get it out of your system, but you're playing when we all step on the field here in an hour or so. So I just a guy that, had he stayed here and played for Mike Shanahan his entire career, probably would have gone down. TD's always going to be number one in terms of the best back, but in terms of most rushing yards, he would have broke every record that the Broncos have.
You know what I'm thinking of now? Kind of out of the box name of, like, because I said Claude Lemieux earlier. It's like, check Nate. Somebody's got to check Nate. Nate, you need to chill out a little bit sometimes. You're over the top too much. Is there somebody in the Broncos past that could have done that with Sean? From a player's perspective, like, I think of Tommy Nalen, because I know you've heard the story of, like, hey, Coach Tommy's asleep in the meeting. Yeah, don't wake him up. Be quiet then. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of stuff. Is there anybody in the Broncos past that could have told Sean, like, hey, you're wound too tight. Stop yelling at everybody every single day so we enjoy showing up?
I think a lot of guys from that offensive line in the late 90s could have
said whatever they wanted.
Talking to Mark Schlereth.
Yeah. And
Mark Schlereth, yeah.
I don't know if it was Rick Dennison. It wasn't Alex. It wasn't Alex Gibbs, but there was some coach that Tom said made him mad. So he just didn't talk to him the entire season.
He's your position coach. You're like, nah, you've lost the privilege, sir.
Yeah, like, he would go to meetings, position group meetings, and just not talk to the
That's
guy.
incredible.
So, like, Nalen could have got away with it. Schlereth could have done it. Zim could have done it.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys they were at an elite level. Tony Jones was a great player.
You're more important than the coaches.
Right. They're not replaced. They're replacing Rick Dennison before they're replacing Gary Zimmerman.
Yeah, right.
Before they're replacing their should-be Hall of Fame center.
Yes.
They're getting rid of the offensive line coach. So,
I used to love when Tommy would tell the stories he'd be like, yeah, I'm in a meeting and like I can hear the guys whispering around me because my eyes are closed and they didn't want to disturb me. I'm like, dude, you had it so good.
That dude, man, what a character. One of my favorite Broncos of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And a great player. But yeah, somebody who could kind of check. I mean, obviously Payton.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're that big of a star.
But even think about, remember the Gary and Payton back and forth and the double birds from Payton and Gary being like, he's not ready. And Payton's like, no, I'm ready. Like, Gary held his own in that battle, even though the star power was with Payton.
Yeah, but I mean, he's also double burden the head coach.
Yeah, right. And didn't get in trouble for it,
right? I mean, John, obviously, he and Dan Reeves got into it.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton, I mean, Dan Reeves was a strong personality. He had been to 3 Super Bowls here. I know Sean's won one in his career, but he hasn't done anything here that gets him this status of like, hey, he's more important than the quarterback. Like if Greg Penner had to decide right now, let's say they had a falling out this season and Bo Nix and Sean Payton were butting heads. And in the offseason, Bo Nix said, if Sean Payton doesn't go, I want to be traded. Who does Greg Penner pick?
Oh, that's a fun one. Let's answer that. And I'm seeing one texter specifically have 4 names for us that 3 of them we have not said yet. And one Rocky we really, really missed. We'll share that next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Peyton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Cecil Lammy here from my friends SodaDietAndNutrition.com. I want you to go there, SodaDietAndNutrition.com, and you can get 4 weeks free by calling 866-800-SODA and mention the Fan. 4 weeks from now, your clothes could be fitting better. You could have your swagger back, your confidence back. Those summer pictures are going to look great because you're dropping weight and you're doing it the right way. SodaDietAndNutrition.com. That dynamic diet, custom fit by a degreed nutritionist that builds you a plan that's custom fit for you. It's for your lifestyle, for your schedule. Everybody's different. There's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and that's the great thing about SodaDietNutrition.com. 5 years ago, I lost 60 pounds with SodaDietNutrition.com. Never going back because I learned how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. SodaDietNutrition.com. The big summer offer right now. Get 4 weeks free. Call 866-800-SODA and mention the Fan. Soda Diet Nutrition, because soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, when addressing the problem of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation because every case is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and at our practices, we offer the full range of ED treatment protocols and can even combine therapies to help make those intimate moments special, both for you and your partner. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're the leader in treating ED in the area. Our medical providers specialize in men's sexual health and understand that no 2 cases are alike, which means you'll get the right treatment for you based on sound medical evaluation and appropriate applications of medical therapies. Plus, we offer treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most men, you'll get your sex life back. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey, that's not bacon grilling. That's your living room at 2 p.m. If your home heats up every summer, your windows might be the reason. Infinity by Marvin Windows protect your home from UV rays, solar heat, and help lower energy bills all summer long. Colorado homeowners have trusted Gravina's Window Center of Littleton for 50 years. Right now, you can save 25% on Infinity by Marvin Windows. Visit them at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
Hi, I'm Donnie, owner of Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. We've just celebrated our 27th year in business. Thank you for your continued support.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home.
At Fitness Gallery, we have the nation's lowest prices on the highest quality products that stand the test of time.
Imagine this, no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play, get your family involved. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. You never regret buying quality. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Invest in your health and happiness with Fitness Gallery. Visit one of our 7 store locations for a free home gym layout and design today.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
The Drive is heading to Saddle Rock Golf Course July 31st from 2 to 6 p.m. Join Zach By and Philip Lindsay at the former home of the Colorado Open. Breathtaking panoramic views and an unforgettable course layout. The Drive, live at Saddle Rock Golf Course July 31st.
Garth Brooks is coming to Denver. The Blame It All on My Roots Arena Tour hits Ball Arena September 4th and 5th, and you don't want to miss it. General tickets go on sale Friday, July 31st at 10 a.m., but here's the best part. We're giving you a shot to win tickets. Just head to the Denver Sports app and enter for your chance to win. Don't have the app yet? Now's the time to download it. Get entered, and we'll see you at the show. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
And one of our texters from the 303-941, love if you throw your name on it so we can give you a shout out on the show. But they answered it for each team, and 3 of them, we have not said yet, and 1 we probably missed for the Rockies. Or I don't know, maybe we didn't because it's just the moment, but he said Matt Holliday, or the texter said Matt Holliday. That name didn't even go through my head when I was considering this exercise about the Colorado Rockies.
No, and I mean, Matt Holliday was a really good player. Really good player. He's a top 5 Rocky probably of all time. But, like, if I was just coming up with, hey, who would I pay $50 to go down and sit in a really good seat and watch him play one more time? I don't know that Matt Holliday makes my top 5 or 10.
Yeah. Like I obviously respect him and everything he did for the Rockies is there and the history's there, but I could make a list of like 10, 12 Rockies deep before I got to him.
Because he was, you know what Matt Holliday was? Matt Holliday was just like super consistent. But there was nothing that was like overly spectacular about him. Whereas like Nolan Arenado in the field, it's like a highlight every game.
Yeah.
There was something you're like, oh my God, I've never seen anybody do that. Cargo, just the way he swung the bat, it was like, that is just a joy to watch. It's just like watching one of those pure left-handed swings. I could just sit here all day and be mesmerized by it. Tulo in the field was spectacular.
Yeah.
Matt Holliday, I mean, he was an adventure out in the left.
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get.
And he was just a consistent guy at the plate. But he also wasn't one of those guys of like, hey, he may hit this thing 400 feet or he's going to strike out in spectacular fashion. There was just nothing about it that was like, ooh, you don't want to be at the concession stand when Matt comes to bat.
Yeah. That's a good name because we hadn't thought about it.
That's a good name. Great player.
Yeah. Wall from the Avs, who we talked about. Allen Iverson for the Nuggets. So, and like Alex said, if you're bringing back like the prime version of, and you're getting the prime version of AI, that's a damn good fit for the Nuggets too. Who guards him? How do you slow him down?
Yeah, if you're getting, leading the Sixers to the finals, Allen Iverson.
Like stepping over Ty Lue guy?
Yeah. If you're getting the best that he ever was as a Nugget, he was pretty entertaining. But I think I'd pass on any version of him with the Nuggets.
He was disappointing with the Nuggets.
Yeah. I mean, there were still plenty of moments where like, okay, it's pretty entertaining. I can't believe Allen Iverson's coming in on a jet, right after a blizzard because he's joining the Nuggets. Like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Remember, that's back when they made moves.
The last year I worked for the Nuggets when they won the championship, I was the in-game guy. We had a night where we were going to celebrate Allen Iverson. For weeks, months, this was being planned. You're talking to Allen. I was supposed to do a little thing with him the night of. You're like, all right, is it going to happen? And they're like, oh, your thing's been pulled. He's not on the flight. It's going to take some time. I'm like, okay, I don't matter anyway. Whatever. Like, it's as long as he's here and we get to show him to the fans, it's going to be great. First quarter comes to an end. Like, any update on Allen Iverson? Is he going to be here? Is that happening? Yeah, he's going to be here. He's going to be here. Ultimately, he gets there, I think, about halftime. He smelled like Colorado. And then they're like, what are you going to do with them? And they're like, well, he doesn't really want to do anything.
Awesome.
So why'd he come here then? He did end up going out and like saying very few words to the fans, and a few people got fired up. But I'm like, okay, we could have saved a couple bucks here and not brought Allen to the game tonight. But Allen Iverson would have been a fun one. And we haven't said this. Philip Lindsay was the name thrown out there.
I was going to ask you, how can I be a homer?
Sure, please. That's what these are about.
I wrote Phil here. I wrote TD, and then I wrote Phil. And in parentheses, I was like, that's probably too much of a homer. But that thought crossed my mind. What if Phil got a chance to play, with someone who actually wanted to use him more? Who knows?
I mean, he never dropped the football. That's his biggest asset, right? Phil doesn't fumble, so could have fed him a little bit more and held on to the dang ball.
Phil would be a great addition to this Broncos offense. That's a good one. And it makes me think, okay, what about Phil? Would I want Phil up at CU? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm thinking about buffs, give me Cordell Stewart up in Boulder this year.
That's a good one. He didn't do college.
I'm all in on that one.
Put Cordell and Phil in the same backfield together.
Yeah.
Put
Travis
Westbrook on the outside.
Westbrook on the other side.
They're unbeatable then, too.
But Cordell, I mean, you can make an argument that Shedeur is the best quarterback in the history of the program. You really can. But for my money, I'm taking Cordell Stewart all day long.
I mean, he had the moments. Joel had the moments, like the team moments, the things I remember watching. It's Joel and it's Cordell.
Yeah, I mean, Joel was good. Joel had a much better supporting cast than Shedeur had, and Shedeur had a Heisman guy.
Of course,
I get it, but the rest of the team wasn't all that. It's not like they were loaded. Joel was there when CU was coming off of their peak years, so they still had a ton of talent. Cordell had a ton of talent around him, but that guy could, I mean, literally he went to the pros and became Slash. That guy could do everything. The most underappreciated thing about the Miracle at Michigan, amazing play. I'll never forget where I was. Great moment. That ball goes like 78 yards in the air.
Yeah.
Like there aren't a lot of quarterbacks.
Michael
ever.
doesn't slow down.
No. There aren't a lot of quarterbacks ever who can even make the throw past like the 10. I contrast that play to, I remember Trevor Siemian, the Broncos were in San Diego playing the Chargers on a Thursday night. Might have been a Monday night. I think it was a Thursday night game. They were beyond midfield, so it was 40-some yards to the end zone. They tried to throw a Hail Mary before halftime. He couldn't get it to the end zone.
Wow.
I'm like, okay, this just is not going to work.
I would go Cordell over Joel because Joel's been mean to me in person multiple times. And so I'm like, I just don't like you. You're kind of a jerk to me. He's just so smug.
Cordell could carry a program.
Yeah.
Joel was really good. He was really good. Joel wasn't going to carry a program.
No. Yeah, he needed that. Everything that was around Joel was perfect fit for what Joel lacked, but then could provide as like leadership qualities that he brought.
Like Cordell's the kind of guy. Remember when they went like 10-2 with McIntyre?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that was Montez. Was that Cepho? I think they both were
Cepho,
playing.
Yeah. Because Cepho hung around in the league for a little bit based off what he did that year.
Phil was on that team.
Yeah.
You put Cordell Stewart on that team. Make one change. You put Cordell Stewart on that team. They're in the playoff.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much of a difference he would
Phil's junior year, like they were good.
They're really good. They lost to Washington in the Pac-12 title game. It's one that they were kind of hung in there for a little while, and then it just got away from him.
I remember the defensive coordinator, something had happened. He had got himself into some domestic violence issues. And
Yep, and then they went to the Alamo Bowl because that's what the Buffs do when they have a decent season, and they got blown out.
Yeah. By the way, just an honorable mention. We got a Vinny Castilla nod, too, on the text line. RonAssault.com text line. Vinny was always a favorite of mine, so give him a little bit of love, too.
Yeah, Vinny was fun, but if you're going third base, he's
nowhere not
Nolan.
Yeah,
he's not Nolan.
You're exactly right. All right, fun conversation there, fun stuff to have here while we're waiting for camp to get going. In the meantime, I want to ask James Merilatt what his biggest concern, what will he be watching throughout camp this offseason to figure out what the Denver Broncos are doing with this specific person? That's coming up next.
They're back. Our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We currently have drops at various international hot tubs locations across the metro area. Limit one per person while supplies last. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. If your home's hot upstairs and cold downstairs, that's more than annoying. It's a sign your system's leaking air and wasting money. And with utility bills climbing, energy efficiency matters. That's why homeowners trust AeroSeal Colorado. Their innovative sealing technology boosts comfort, cuts energy use, and even gives you cleaner indoor air as a nice bonus. Customers love it. A 4.9 Google rating, and some folks practically write books after the job's done. AeroSealColorado.com fixes what others can't even find. AeroSeal. Comfort sealed.
You missed it? No worries. Santiago's is giving you a second chance to grab a free unfinished business training camp t-shirt. Head to eatatsantiagos.com to find out which select Santiago's locations will be handing out 50 additional teas on the house while supplies last. But just like a good Santiago's breakfast burrito, they won't last long. Locations, dates, and times are all at eatatsantiagos.com. Fresh burritos and free gear? That's a win-win. Santiago's. Faithfully authentic.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Don't worry, Dan, I have full coverage. Did you know that full coverage probably doesn't mean what most people thinks it means? Full coverage is generally just for your car. And if you don't have other coverages to protect you in the case you get hit by somebody else, well, then you're just straight up gambling that the bad driver that hit you has good insurance, and you don't want to do that. 15% of the drivers out there don't have any insurance at all. Others only have the minimum, when for pennies on the dollar, you can have the coverage that protects you in case somebody else smacks into you. medical payments coverage. I saw a lady come in the office the other day, $25,000 in med pay coverage. Absolutely what you want. It was only $31 for the entire 6 months of the policy. It was another $100 or so for the UIM coverage she needed. She had over $100,000 in coverage there. You definitely want to have that. You protect other drivers if you hit them. You also need to protect yourself in case they hit you. Any questions at all, just call us 303-LAW-4040. Jacob's Law, 303-LAW-4040.
Hey, it's Phil Lindsay here. Do you need a new roof, gutters, or exterior needs? Monarch is your one-stop shop, backed by 16 years of experience and over 10,000 satisfied customers. Their in-house insurance team fights for you, and their white glove service means every detail is handled with care. Competitive pricing, award-winning craftsmanship, and the only roofer the Denver Broncos chose to endorse. A proud member of Team Dave Logan, make the call to your home team, Monarch Construction and Roofing, the official roofer of the Denver Broncos.
You know what I could really go for right now? Literally anything that comes in a McDonald's carton, wrapper, or bag. Or a McDonald's cup. Yes, any of those items should do it.
Summer just got even sweeter with soft drinks under $1 at McD's. Get any size soft drink, like a Coke, Sprite, or sweet tea, just 99 cents. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Hey, it's Zach here. When it comes to home repairs or new construction, nothing should feel stressful or complicated. That's why I trust Homestrong. They make projects painless, affordable, and top quality from the very first scoop of dirt. If you need foundation repair, waterproofing, crawl space repair, egress windows, or have concrete concerns, call Homestrong. They can even turn your current crawl space into a fully finished basement within weeks. Call now or visit buildhomestrong.com for your free inspection and quote. Financing options available. You'll never go wrong with Homestrong.
Colorado, it's time to take our recycling to the next level. That's why Recyclon Colorado is bringing you more curbside and drop-off service from peaks to prairies. Guidelines as clear as our skies, so you know what goes where. And the price? As free as gawking at bighorns on I-70. You deserve a recycling system you can count on, like your puffiest winter coat. And we're here to give it to you. Learn more at recyclon.org/Colorado.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, I want to do a couple things here in our final 30 minutes. James, I want to know your biggest training camp question. Then at 1:45, we'll revisit that Sean and Bo question that you had in our segment talking about bringing back former athletes. I got carried away and had some fun with that. But I mentioned it, and we're starting the show with it every day this week about our biggest training camp questions. Today we're talking about the Webb impact. Tomorrow we're going to dive a little bit deeper into a Waddle impact. And, if we're pumping the tires a little bit too much on Jalen Waddle. But for you, James, when we're out there starting on Friday and then foreseeable future moving forward, what are you going to be looking at? Who are your eyes going to be following to see if you can get an answer on one of your big Broncos training camp questions?
Well, I've got three because they're all – I look at it and say, well, what are the changes? What's going to be different? Who's a newcomer that could make an impact and make this team better? Look, they went 14-3 last year, went to the AFC title game. I think they're going to be a better football team this year, probably have a worse record, but they're going to be better. I think they have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl this year than they did last year. So why? Well, I think Jalen Waddle's a huge addition, so I'll be watching him, seeing like, hey, does this guy look different than the other receivers? He should. Mm-hmm. Like, I think we've all kind of talked ourselves into, oh, Troy Franklin's pretty good, and Pat Bryant's pretty good, and Marvin Mims makes some big plays. Like, I think we kind of forget what it looked like when we'd go out there and watch DT and Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
right.
It's different. Or when we watch Cortland pre-ACL. Like, that's just different. I want Jalen Waddle to just sort of jump out of like, oh, my God, we haven't seen a guy run routes like that in a long, long time. Like, he's at another level. I think Davis Webb calling plays is a big change. Like, okay, I want to see that. We're not going to get to see it in camp. We don't know. We're not going to really get to see it unless it's a disaster in the preseason games. We won't start to know until September 14th when they play for real in Kansas City. So I think that's the biggest storyline of the year, but we don't really know much. So then I'm like, okay, well, who else could make an impact this year that didn't make an impact last year? Well, they didn't have a draft pick until, the third round this year? So it's like, I don't think a rookie's going to come in. You can tell me Jonah Coleman all day long. Okay, there's more of a chance of being Audric Estime than Terrell Davis. Let's just be honest.
He'll get an opportunity, but he's got to leapfrog not one but two guys to get that opportunity.
I think R.J. Harvey, I like what I hear about the fact that he's studying film and watching guys like, okay, you're trying to be a student of the game. That's great. I do think he could make a leap because I thought he was pretty darn good last year as a rookie. You get in the end zone 12 times, that's something to build upon.
Yeah.
So I think maybe he could be a little bit better, but they brought back J.K. Dobbins for a reason, so I don't know. I think the guy who has the chance of all of a sudden making an impact that hasn't made an impact on this team yet and didn't really last year was their first-round pick a year ago. Like, Jahdae Barron is a guy who they took 20th overall in the draft. In the AFC title game, he played 5 plays. He was basically a non-factor. He's supposed to be this guy that can play all over the field. He was the star position down in Austin when he was at the University of Texas. He can play safety. He can play corner. He can play on the outside. He can play in the slot. You can put him down the box, and he can play against the run. Like, okay, there's a guy with a lot of ability, a former first-round pick, who should be sort of the Swiss Army knife that VJ can use in a number of different ways. That's a guy I'm going to be watching because I want to know, is he going to make the leap? And all of a sudden, nobody's been talking about him. Nobody's been counting on him. Nobody's thinking he's going to be an impact player who all of a sudden could be in that conversation. Or is he a bust? I'm going to be watching him every single day I'm down there to be like, do we see anything from him? Because we didn't a year ago in camp.
If they didn't win 14 games, if Bo's ankle wasn't the story of the offseason, and I get not having the first-round pick and adding a Jalen Waddle, there's that buzz that comes around. Like, look what they just did with their first-round pick. Man, if they weren't in the perfect position that they are in now, I think a lot of us would be more upset about what Jahdae Barron didn't do this season.
A first-round pick should start.
A first-round pick should be a starter at the end of the season. You should have worked your way into a starting role at the end of the season. And then, by the way, we went September, we went October, we went November, all of us complaining about Riley Moss, and I might have been the leader of that fan club. All of us going, that's not good enough over there opposite of PS2. If we thought that, you don't think they knew that that was going on, and you still didn't let the young man get in there and get an opportunity. In fact, it would be Chris Abrams drain or move McMillan over, and then Chris Abrams in the nickel. It wouldn't be Jahdae being moved around. So George is actually lucky that they're in the spot they're in, or we might be ramping this conversation up even more at this time of the year.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I'm trying to just go through, in my head, recent first-round picks who did less in their first year. Like, I got to go all the way back to 1997, and Trevor Pryce barely played as a rookie. He was a part of their first Super Bowl team, and then it's his second year when they won another Super Bowl. He played a ton, and he turned out to be a great player, and he should be in the Ring of Fame. It's an oversight that he's not. So maybe Jahdae Barron's just going to follow that track, and, he had his gap year where he was just auditing the class. Okay, maybe, but you don't get 2 of them. So if he's not able to go out there this year and be a major contributor, like, you're a first-round pick in your second year, you should be starting. And instead, we're talking about, should they give Riley Moss a new contract? Should they give Jaquan McMillan a new contract? Hey, they're probably after this year, what are they going to do with Brandon Jones? Like, why is Jahdae Barron not in this conversation at all? A total free pass on what right now looks like a botched pick. But, I mean, Bo was a first-rounder. He started from day one.
Even the Bo, who was he battling with early on? Who was the quarterback competition with Bo in year one?
Stidham. It was Stidham.
Oh, it was
Stidham.
Stidham.
It was Stidham.
Yeah, in the fake competition, that's easy for me to forget, huh? Even the fake competition that they threw out, like, everybody knew that was going to be Bo's job.
Was that Zach Wilson, too?
Well, it was Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson was a part of that.
You remember how many people said Zach Wilson was the best quarterback in camp? Too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Stupid.
I think I might have said that once or twice.
Not saying James.
Like, you knew it from the jump that there's the talent there and that the competition was for show. I don't know that this will be the second year in a row. Did any of us have a moment of oh, wow, Jahdae just made that play last year?
No.
Even in camp, we didn't have that moment.
No, he did nothing from the jump. And I think the Trevor Pryce example different positions, obviously, but I think it's fair from the standpoint of Trevor joined a really good team.
Mm-hmm.
They went 13-3, were the number 1 seed on December 1st, and then got upset by Jacksonville, and then they draft him with the 30th overall pick. That Broncos team, when they drafted him, was arguably the best team in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go to the Super Bowl because they got upset, but they were a really good team, evidenced by the fact that they went on to win back-to-back Super Bowls. So Jahdae Barron came onto a team that was 10-7, coming off a playoff appearance, had a really good defense, so hard to break in, but when you pass on some running backs that were on the board, like there were players that could have come in and helped the Broncos last year.
Kevin loved Amarian Hampton at that spot. I loved Travion Henderson at that spot.
2 guys who had moments for the Chargers and Patriots respectively that were like, wow, that's a good player. He'd look good in Denver.
If you weren't sold on the player, you could have traded back a couple of spots. Got Kev, who's our tight end? Harold Fannin Jr.
Harold Fannin Jr.
In where'd he go? Cleveland, and had a heck of a rookie year. You could have traded back and got that situation. All players that would have made an impact in year one, much more than Jahdae Barron.
Their first-round pick from a year ago essentially made 0 impact. None.
That's crazy.
Now, you're a good football team, so it didn't hurt you. But that guy this year has to make an impact. And think about it. If he plays like a first-round pick, how much would that help this defense?
Mm-hmm.
How many options does it give them in the offseason of, hey, where do we want to spend money elsewhere instead of having to maybe overpay Riley Moss, or what do we do with Jaquan? Like, that's a big deal if Jahdae Barron steps up, and or if he doesn't, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, I just think that's a very under-talked about story, is the fact that their first-round pick from a year ago was a big goose egg in terms of impact.
Dude, and think about this now. I don't feel this way, but there's going to be some time where he's taking time to ramp up and figure out his role. If Waddle doesn't hit at the rate we all want him to hit, we're talking about consecutive first-round picks not being what they were sold to us as.
That would be enormous. That would be
Then
enormous.
we're talking about what George is doing in the future.
Yeah, exactly. You can't miss on first-round picks.
No, cannot do it.
You can't. And you know what? They traded a first-round pick for their head coach. That was a hit.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. But it's, Bo was a first-rounder. He played immediately. PS2 was a first-rounder. He played immediately. I'm not expecting you to be PS2. You were picked 20th.
Yeah.
There's a reason. PS2 is what, 9th?
I think 9th, yeah.
But you certainly ought to be able to get on the field, especially when someone at your position is struggling or a guy at safety gets hurt. Like, P.J. Locke went out there and played, and Jahdae Barron wasn't even in consideration.
And that's what they said on draft night. This guy could be everywhere.
Yeah.
And then he was nowhere.
Exactly. So, to me, that's the one I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching it optimistically that, hey, he's going to make the leap. But I'm also going to be watching it critically of, like, at what point do we just say, hey, this ain't going to happen?
I got to give a shout-out to TA from Breckenridge real quick on the text line. RamosLaw.com text line. TA hits us up. Appreciate you listening, TA. You did something very interesting here. He sent in a text. I would like to see the big cat again. Andres Galarrago was a stud. I always imitated his bat with a swiggle, right? And then TA liked his own tweet or text to us. He sent the thumbs up emoji to us on his own text. I don't know that I've ever seen that before, and I'm now going to steal that move.
That is that's a baller move right there.
Like, you see that text? That's how good it was, is I'm going to like it before you even respond.
It's especially good if you send something to someone, kind of a little snarky.
And then you hit up with the thumbs
and then you give it
They haven't even responded yet? I am stealing this move, TA.
Exactly.
This is outstanding work. All right, I want to get into a conversation. James, you have a Sean and Bo question that's going to be fun for us and our listeners to get into. And then I did something this weekend. I don't know if it's a Colorado staple. I'll let you be the judge of that. And it was so overrated. Details next.
LeBron's decision is made, and it's not Denver. So where does that leave the Nuggets? And are they keeping Cam Johnson? Will Jokic decide to sign his extension this summer after all? And how does the Payton Watson situation play out? The Nuggets offseason isn't over. It just might be getting started. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and if you're over 50, there's a good chance you're dealing with an enlarged prostate. Waking up at night, weak stream, all of it. Here's the good news. PAE, prostate artery embolization is minimally invasive, done through a tiny pinhole, and you're home the same day. Most men who have PAE don't experience any sexual side effects associated with conventional prostate surgery. At Colorado Advanced Endovascular, their experienced team offers specialized prostate treatment with near zero impact on sexual function. Lakewood location, personalized care. Visit coloradoae.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
There are so many out-of-state roofing companies and roofing companies claiming to be locally owned, yet owned by out-of-state private equity firms.
Denver Roof Pros is the real deal. We are truly locally owned and operate right out of Denver.
We've been serving the Front Range and the Eastern Plains from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs for 10 years.
Choose local. Choose DenverRoofPros.com.
No matter if it hails, rains, or snows, nobody knows your roof like the Denver Roof Pros. Hey!
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Robbie Dino here at BeatTheDA.com. I've handled over 7,000 cases, 300 trials. Let's face it, divorce is really impactful. You may have a controlling spouse. You may have a violent spouse. You may have been a victim of a domestic violence. You may be wrongfully accused of domestic violence. This all affects parenting rights. And let's face it, the kids are the most important. These are the things that need to be handled. They need to be handled appropriately by someone that's going to protect your kids and protect your rights. Hit me up at BeatTheDA.com, 720-706-5151.
One-wheel Broncos talk. Cecil Lammy and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment for the day. Been a fun show. James, appreciate you sitting in for Cease today. Always enjoying our time together on the airwaves. Do want to remind everybody That Thursday. Make your plans for your lunch break on Thursday right now. Thursday from noon to 1, it's our next giveaway of our free limited edition Training Camp 2026 t-shirts. We're going to be at the International Hot Tub Store located at 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. 1035 Zuni Street in Denver. You can only grab one per person while supplies last, and I promise you they're going to go quick. So get there early, get out of your car, and get in line. If you're the first one there, form the line. For more details and to find the location nearest you, head to DenverSports.com/shirt. We don't want anybody to be left out. We want to see you rocking the gear at camp so we can identify who's rolling with the right crew out there. All right, there's a couple of things I want to do, James. I want to get into a Sean and Bo question that you had, and then I have something that hopefully folks won't kill me for, but I did something that's like, Colorado-y this weekend, and I thought it was pretty overrated. So we'll get to that in a second. But your Sean and Bo question, from if you can reset, we were talking about things you'd bring back and people that can keep other people in check. And then you brought up this question about Sean and Bo.
Yeah, so we got into it kind of turned into the conversation about power struggles, right? And it was like Elway and Reeves, and they were butting heads, and essentially Pat Bowlen had to make the decision: do you want to keep Dan Reeves, who's led you to 3 Super Bowls, or do you want to keep John Elway? And he chose John Elway correctly.
He made the right choice.
Yeah, he did. He did. Dan Reeves was a great coach. He really was. But
Dan was a part of 9 Super Bowls in his NFL life. That dude is a football genius.
He should be in the Hall of Fame. Great coach, but way more replaceable than John Elway.
Mm-hmm.
So the question was, hey, let's just say the hypothetical that Bo Nix and Sean Payton were butting heads all season, and in the offseason, Bo went into Greg Penner's office and said, either that guy goes or trade me. What does Greg Penner do?
I think he's got to roll with the quarterback.
I think he does too.
I think there are multiple reasons. Of one, we just said previous ownership made the right choice at quarterback. You don't have to go too far with recent history to show us that the Patriots made the wrong decision by choosing coach over quarterback. And again, I know this is something you're familiar with because I've read some of your stuff and we've talked about it. We cannot forget that Sean was not the first choice. He was the third choice. And he was there. Well, now what? Move, right? That's what he was, and it worked out. And I'm not saying it's wrong because of it. We're all grateful that Sean Payton's the coach. Can he be a hard butt sometimes and a jerk face to people? Sure. It's not been that to me, so whatever. And when he is that to people I like, I enjoy that because then I get to make fun of him for it. But you have to know that he wasn't their first choice. I think Greg Penner, even as a greenhorn football owner that's figuring it out on the fly, knows there's one position that matters more than anything, not just in my business of football, but in the business of sports. It's quarterback. If you don't have one of those, pack it up and head out. You don't have a chance. They've got one in Bo. He knows.
Yeah, and he wasn't here for the whole time. He was only here for the Russell Wilson portion of it. But that 8 or 9 years they spent just wandering around trying to find a quarterback and the carousel graphic and all the rest of that, you don't want to put yourself back in that situation. And they're hard to find. You can't just go buy your way out of that problem. If you had to move on from Sean Payton, one, you'd have to eat his contract and you just pay it off. No big deal. I mean, wouldn't be fun, but not going to break him.
Right.
And
he's got $80 million somewhere. He'd be upset about it, but he's got $80 million.
Yeah, and given the facilities they have, the quarterback they have, they would not have a hard time, and the money that they could pay him, attracting an A-list head coach to come replace Sean Payton.
Well, and now there's some success to the Broncos of we're once again a prestigious franchise in the NFL landscape. So it's not you want me to go do what? You want me to coach the Broncos?
It would
with the crook that is Joe Ellis running the joint?
If this hypothetical happened,
all disrespect intended,
the Broncos opening would be the number 1 job opening next year. Short of, I don't even know what, that for whatever reason Buffalo moves on again.
Sure.
It's I'll go coach Josh Allen. Or
the Cowboys.
Andy Reid retires. But, Broncos over Cowboys. Broncos would be a better opening than the Cowboys. I don't want to go work for Jerry.
Well, I guess ownership, yeah, because he's got his hands all over everything.
Right? And it's if the Chiefs bounce back and Mahomes is Mahomes and Andy Reid wins the Super Bowl and walks up into the sunset, okay, that'd be a better job. But for the most part, the Broncos opening would be the best job. You could get whoever you want, and you know what else? You can pay him more than anybody else.
You're right about that.
So I think it's easy decision to make. You side with the quarterback.
I think, dude, honestly, now with the Patriots' decision as hindsight, I don't know that I'd ever waver off of that. No. I would always pick the quarterback 100% of the time, no matter what kind of success that coach brought. And especially living where we've lived I know what it feels like to be in a a market that doesn't have any hope because there's no quarterback at that position.
Well, and we watched same head coach in 2016, same great defense in 2016, but it wasn't Peyton Manning / Brock Osweiler.
Mm-hmm.
Let's give Brock some due. It was Trevor Siemian. They went 9-7 instead of winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like everything else was the same.
I mean, honestly, since Super Bowl 50, their defense has been good enough the whole
Right.
time.
Right.
It's been quarterback that's been absent.
So I think that's an easy decision. Obviously, it's not going to happen. They're not going to butt heads. I think the fact that Davis Webb's now going to be calling plays, I think that's going to eliminate a lot of Bo Nix's frustration of get me the play, get it in here. So I don't think it's going to happen. But just in terms of, hey, camp's 3 days away, hypotheticals,
yeah,
fun topic.
I do like that. And especially it's like, can somebody keep him in check?
Right.
Is Greg doing more checking than we're aware of? And I think that is happening. But somebody on the actual football operation would carry a little bit more weight.
Yeah, and I think Bo actually does keep him in check.
You think so?
He had the shouting match on the sideline.
Yeah.
It was the number one time I lost respect for Russell Wilson. And he did a lot of things that drove me nuts here in this town. I was a Russell Wilson supporter.
Mm-hmm.
That's no secret.
Yeah, you're right.
But when Sean yelled at him in Detroit and Russ didn't yell back,
he just turned it around.
I'm like, you can't do that.
No.
You cannot do that. Peyton wouldn't have done that. John wouldn't have done that. Jake Plummer wouldn't have done that. Like that, you can't be the leader of this team and let your teammates see that. Even worse was when Mike Purcell yelled at him in Carolina.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the quarterback. Mike Purcell should have been cut on Monday.
Even if you're in the wrong in that moment, you can't let them undress you like that in
Correct.
front of everyone else.
Correct. You come right back at him. You got to stand your ground. You got to be like ready to fight the guy.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to fight the guy, even though you're 5'11" and he's ginormous.
Yeah.
You got to be ready to battle him, and your teammates are coming in and separating it.
I think I could share the story, and he wouldn't mind. I've never shared the story publicly, and only me, him, and a couple of guys know it. Ryan Harris. We used to work together. You were part of some of that. Him and I got into a big-time heated argument over stupid radio stuff, and we laugh about it now. But to a moment where, like, he's Ryan Harris, I'm radio idiot Josh Dover. And he's undressing me. And I'm sitting there and I'm eating it, and I'm taking it because I was in the wrong. But then it was that of like, I just can't let you do this for 30 straight minutes. So I say something that I shouldn't have said. And then it gets to the point where it's like that. I'm like, oh, man, I'm about to get beat up by Ryan Harris. And it's like, I just have to get beat up because I put myself in this situation. But I'm not going to let him say those things. We'll fight and I'll lose and we'll make good at another time. And then we never fought, and it got to a point where we made good for different things. And it is exactly that of like, oh, I'm in the wrong. But you just can't treat me like that, especially in this public setting with other people that we work with.
Yeah, no, and it just was a situation where it's like the respect for Russell Wilson took a huge dip in that moment. Because it was the series where they had like first and goal from the 1 and they didn't get in, but it's like we ran the ball 3 times and Quinn Miners had a false start. How's that my fault?
Right.
If I'm the quarterback, that's not my fault.
And Purcell shoved him, didn't he? He gave him a little like to the back of.
Yeah, there was something.
I don't know if it was a full-on
coming
shove, but like
off
get your
the
attention.
Field, yeah, and it was Thanksgiving weekend game, and they were played like garbage down in Carolina.
Yeah.
And Mike Purcell.
Mike Purcell
is chewing you out on the sideline, and you're not defending yourself.
You're Russell Wilson.
Can't happen.
Yeah,
Can't happen.
that's not good enough. All right, so I got to share this, and hopefully, because I once said on the radio that I thought Red Rocks was kind of overrated for concerts, and people still don't forgive me for that. I meant like rock concerts. It's a rock concert. Like I wanted some mosh pitting with the boys. You can't do that with the steps right there.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, all right, it's not that. Now I'm too old to be mosh pitting with the boys. Red Rocks is awesome.
Yeah.
Kevin and I, hopefully we're still on our bro date for Cole Swindell. Like we're going to have a great time at Red Rocks for Cole Swindell.
Maybe I'll try and step in and steal that ticket from you.
Maybe we all go.
Little return the favor.
Let's all go.
Yeah, it's you and Kevin.
I'm not circling the date on my calendar.
I was unaware that I was the one that stole your ticket, but
fool me once, shame on
worked out for me.
You fool me twice, shame on me.
So I changed my tune on the Red Rocks. It's a good spot.
Good.
I went to the sand dunes this weekend.
Okay.
The great sand dunes of Colorado. And full disclosure, we're getting married at the sand dunes.
Okay.
It's for the setting, right? It's for the pictures, and only 8 people are invited. So no, you guys aren't. Sorry. I still think you're all great though. You came to the first one.
That's right.
Yeah. There's no more after this, but you came to the first one.
Good rule of thumb.
So I go to the sand dunes, and we're just mostly scouting. We're looking at hotel blocks, dinner places, all the stuff that you got to do. And we're like, well, we're here. Let's board down the sand dunes. I snowboard. I grew up skateboarding. I'm like, we're driving up there. I'm like, I'm going to build a jump. We're going to do 180s. I'm going to teach you how to do 180s. It's going to be awesome. We get up there. I go down the first time, and I'm like, all right, that was cool. Your turn. She goes down. She goes, all right, that was cool. Now what?
Yeah.
And we rented the board. Luckily, it was only $20. We drove to the location, 45 minutes away. We hiked out about 30 minutes to get to the actual sand where you can slide down. Luckily, Bruce, our wiener dog, loved it, and he was just going crazy, so that was the juice was worth the squeeze. But sandboarding at the sand dunes, don't do it. If you haven't gone, you don't really have to go. It's not that great.
No, it's not. It's extremely overrated. Now, tell me if this is still the way you do it.
Okay.
Like you rent the boards at a place that's outside of the park before you get into the park.
You can. We found one in the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the one I rented them from, they are like $20, but it's like they take your credit card, and it's like $250 if you don't bring it back.
Same thing. Yep.
Okay. So it was me and the boys. We rented 4.
Okay.
So I'm like,
so you're $100 into this thing.
I'm 100. Yeah, I'm 100 in. And if we don't return the boards, I'm down $1,000. Right. So I'm like, okay, we're returning the boards. So keep track of them. They were still pretty little at this time. So we leave, we go outside, and it's like, there's like the little faucets and stuff where you can go rinse off your feet because you have sand everywhere. Especially this time of year, you're all hot and sweaty, and as soon as you fall, you get sand everywhere. So I'm like, well, you're not getting in the car like that. So we lean the boards up against like the fence there. And I'm just, being trusting of my fellow Americans at a national park. Like, don't steal stuff. We come back, there's 3 boards. We're missing one.
Oh, no.
And so I'm like, okay, where? I'm yelling at the 6-year-old, like, where'd you put
You
your
got
board?
$250.
Like trying to figure it out. And they're like, no, we put him here. I'm like, okay. So now I'm man on a mission. And I go to the car. I find the receipt. They write down the numbers that you put on them.
Yeah.
That you rented
Oh,
because
right,
you
right.
got to bring back the right board because otherwise you're just going to take somebody else's and bring it back. So I know the number I'm looking for. And it's like, I'm on a mission.
Yeah.
So I'm walking up the hill. I'm looking at everybody's board. They all look the same.
And you're mad. You're like, show me your number.
I was. Like, people are like, what is with this guy? I'm demanding to see, like, the underside of that board. I want to know the number. So I get all the way to the top, right? Like, where the people that are diehards are walking all the way up here so they can have the full experience of riding it. Don't see the board. So I'm looking all over the place, and I look down toward the parking lot. And off to the right, there's like a small other dune. There's 3 random people over there with 1 board. And I'm like, why are they over there with nobody else? So I go down there, walk over there. Sure enough, that was my board. I show them my receipt. I demand my board, and I just take off. I'm like, okay, that was 30 minutes well spent.
You just saved $250.
Yeah, and I got my darn board back.
Yeah. So, moral of the story, I'm sure our wedding photos are going to look great, and the future Mrs. Dover is going to love it. Don't go sandboarding. Save your $20 and just park there, enjoy the scenery. If your dog loves sand like my dog, let him run around, have a great time. Other than that, you don't need to do the sandboarding.
No.
We'll save you the time a little bit.
And just rent 1 board because your kids are going to hate it. They can take turns.
All right, it's KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver, plus our friends at KARS-FM up in Laramie. Dover and Cecil is brought to you by our friends at Wayback Burgers. Either of you dudes do the sand dunes? Zach Bye? Will Peterson?
No, and that's just like where you go out. It's like in the middle of nowhere in the sand dunes. You're like, you can like rent maybe a 4-wheeler or something. You camp out.
You can do some 4-wheeling up there, but it's like the sit-down sled or a stand-up board, and you just slide down the sand.
No, I never have, and I probably put decent money that I never will do that. Yeah, and I'm not so like. Do you do that?
I did it this weekend for the first time, and I'll never do it again.
Oh, okay. No, I actually said this like 6 months ago, so it's random that you're bringing this up. I said 6 months ago, I'm pretty sure if like Instagram didn't exist, no one would go out there.
So it's just for
like,
the
who
photo?
wants to just go out in the middle of nowhere with
Correct.
nothing around and
Well,
act like you're having the time of
I
your
will
life? I
say
just don't
this.
buy it.
If we weren't in the drought that we're in, the bottom of the sand dunes is like a little small pond.
Okay.
So you could
there's something
swim,
there.
and there's a waterfall like right away where you could sandboard, get super hot, swim, and then go jump off the waterfall.
Okay,
so
I
there's
did,
like
not,
some
I did not
appeal.
know that. I did not know that. I thought it was just sand. I'm like, who wants to just go hang out with just sand in the middle of nowhere?
But right now it's just sand, and that's why we were there for an hour and a half going like, what are we doing with our lives?
Yes.
Let's go back home.
Yes.
So it's not like skiing on sand or snowboarding on
not
sand?
Even close.
You can't get any speed going very well. Like, yeah.
There's no edges, so you just have to go. And the lady, I'm like, well, how do you stop? And her advice was tuck and roll. I'm like, well, I don't know if I want to do that.
You're going to end up like James Merrilat with a broken wrist if you tuck and roll.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Yeah, I'm out.
It's underwhelming.
Can I pick a quick little bone with you guys?
Please, yes.
All right, so I was in the car, 120-ish.
Yeah, please do.
going to grab some lunch.
This is what Will's best at.
Yeah.
He's a professional bone picker.
Bone picker. And you guys got a bunch of texts about, athletes you want to bring back or see again in Denver sports. And Matt Holliday's name comes up. And oh my gosh, both Josh and James like, yeah, he was fine. He was okay. He was whatever. He wasn't in my top 10. And I'm like,
I did say that.
There is a case to be made that Matt Holliday is the greatest Rocky of all time. He should have won MVP the year they went to the World Series. Yes, he was so unbelievable during 2007 and into October. Guy hit a triple off Trevor Hoffman in the bottom of the 13th inning to extend their season. He had 137 RBIs. He hit like 330. He got completely robbed of the MVP by Jimmy Rollins. And oh, by the way, he was one of the only guys that was offense in the playoffs. Hit a huge home run against the Diamondbacks to help sweep them in Game 4. Hit a home run back in Denver Game 3. He's the only guy who wasn't scared of the big bad Red Sox. Cut it from 6-2 to 6-5. Almost helped them win a game and not get swept in that World Series. Matt Holliday is an all-time great Rocky, and you would have thought you two were talking about Kaz Matsui. I could not believe it.
Well, first of all, we didn't say he was all right. I said he was a great player. I
love this guy. He
had
that line lined up too.
Yeah.
Don't think he didn't.
Yeah, he's been ready to do this for a minute.
There was nothing about his game that was spectacular. He was a great player. It just wasn't spectacular. So first of all, he was a subpar defensive player.
Fine. He hit the ball over the wall 40 times
That's
this season.
putting it nicely. He's subpar.
It's half the game. So he was subpar at it. So my greatest Rocky of all time is Nolan Arenado. Was he a better defensive player or offensive player? I don't know, because he was great at both of them. So he was a subpar defensive player. He was a great hitter, but he wasn't spectacular. I would much rather watch Cargo take batting practice than watch Matt Holliday come to the plate.
He was spectacular in 07. He never shrunk in the moment.
Well,
what's the biggest criticism of Nolan? He always shrunk in the moment. He was swinging at a frisbee in the playoffs.
Well, I was just going to say, it felt like every time Nolan was in a big spot, it was a pop-up that went 180 feet in the air.
Well, I mean, one of your big selling points was he almost helped him avoid a sweep. Wow. That goes on the plaque.
Yeah. Well, in what is ultimately an individual sport disguised as a team sport, he did his part.
He was. How many? You probably know this. I don't know it off the top of my head. How many years was Matt here?
Gosh, 4-ish maybe.
Okay, so
and then he did come back. Remember in 2018 he came back,
and maybe that's part of it for me. And he wasn't a jerk about it. You don't obviously hold the grudge against him like you do Carmelo Anthony for demanding his way out of town
or Nolan.
But well, it's the same kind of deal.
Yeah.
They actually did get a really good trade, though. They got Houston Street and Carlos Gonzalez in the deal for Matt Holliday. So I think part of it is probably he was here 4 or 5 years. He was a great player, but he's not an all-time great. He's just not in the top 5.
7 names that I would take over him.
Oh, I'd love to hear those.
Nolan,
7.
Cargo, Ubaldo, Todd, Larry, Dante, and even Vinny Castilla.
Yeah. Did you have Tulo on there?
What did the Blake Street Bombers ever win, Josh? They didn't win anything.
No, they didn't win anything.
Matt took them to the World Series. So Vinny and Dante were fun, but they were just fun to go lose games 10-8.
I think Dante Bichette's 10 times the baseball player that Matt Holliday is. And Larry Walker's 30 times.
If you had a
fly ball on there?
Now
Ubaldo
we're getting
on
hyperbolic.
Yeah.
Come on. Matt should have won an MVP. They only have one MVP. That was Larry. Matt should have joined him. He got robbed by Jimmy Rollins of the
If
Phillies.
you had a fly ball hit to the gap and you had to have him catch it for your life and your life depended on it, you want Dante running after it or Matt Holliday? I wouldn't feel good about either one.
Yeah,
of
I'd feel a little scared about my life, but I'd probably roll. Dante's limping his butt over there. Matt can't find the ball.
I think Matt was a great player. Had he stayed here for a decade, he's certainly in the conversation of top 5. I just don't think his 4 or 5 year stint here puts him there for me.
And you brought up Nolan. Nolan, you put Nolan and Carmelo in the same sentence. Nolan, from the masses, doesn't get a lot of flack for his role in things. It oftentimes doesn't get mentioned at all. it's just blame the organization. It's run by idiots, and that may be true. At the time, especially. But like we got to remember, like, I forget who I was on the air with, but they brought up the Nolan situation, and it was Anilo. Didn't even mention the fact that after Nolan signed his contract, at the first sign of trouble, he was reaching out to the St. Louis Cardinal players saying, tell the GM, I forget his name, to come get me.
That's right.
Showing video of him doing batting practice.
He had a relationship with the hitting coach with St. Louis and sent him that video.
He did, but there was someone else. Was it Matt Carpenter?
It was Adam Wainwright, maybe, too?
Did Matt Carpenter play for the St. Louis?
He did.
At that time.
I think that's who it was.
Yeah, it was Matt Carpenter. He was sending it to Matt Carpenter, and it came out in the introductory press conference when he went to St. Louis. And it's just like, guys, like, he had just signed a deal, said he wanted to be a Rocky for life. The next season was the 2019 season. They fell way below expectation. They were the most disappointing team in the league, in my opinion, that year. And he was bolting for the door. And that just deserves to be a part of the story. It wasn't that it wasn't a dysfunctional franchise, the most insular franchise. Jeff Bryant, it's just that, like, all that deserves to get mentioned, but so does that other stuff too.
Yeah, he knew the organization, what the organization was when he signed the contract.
He knew best.
And it was 11 months later. He essentially was sliding into someone's DM while still on his honeymoon.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing.
And I will apologize. He's 9th.
Matt Holliday's 9th on your list. I'm glad he cracked the top 10.
Hey, real quick, because we're going to do this at the top of the hour, but both of you guys have been around here for a long time. I value your opinion, so I'll ask you, and we'll circle back to it. What do you think, and I'm catching you flat-footed here, so I'm not, if you stew on it more, what do you, on the way out, is the biggest what-if in the history of Denver sports? Like if Peyton Manning signs with Houston instead of the Denver Broncos. And you have Tebow, and like, how does that all like?
I'll give one that we were just talking about. This probably wouldn't be my answer. I had some time to think about it, but it's popping in because you and I were just mixing it up. What if the Broncos did choose Dan Reeves over John Elway?
Yeah. I mean, Elway's.
Elway even is the history's not there. He's not back as the GM. Payton doesn't return. Like if they pick Dan over John, what we know as the Broncos today is not the Denver Broncos.
So in that vein, I have in my notes here. What if John Elway never forces his way out of the Baltimore situation?
That was my answer, and not because just of what it changes for the Broncos. It changes this sports city.
Yes.
I don't know if the Rockies are ever here. I don't know if the Avs are ever here. I think it changes the landscape of what Denver is and what Colorado is from a sports standpoint. That's the biggest what if. If he hadn't demanded his way out of Baltimore, or if the league hadn't blocked the trade with the Raiders, like they came in and stopped him from going to, I think they were in LA at that time. If that doesn't happen and he's a Raider instead of a Bronco, like had that gone different, the butterfly effect, which is a big
you love the butterfly effect, as do I.
I think that one has the most ripples to it.
Yeah, interesting. We're going to have that conversation. Yeah, there's a bunch of candidates. I have one that I think is below the radar and doesn't get talked about enough that could have led to a dynasty here in Denver, Colorado. We'll talk about it here in 50 minutes. But in the meantime, we'll put a pin in that. Training camp